Good morning. This is Anthony Diaz. I'm one of the sign language interpreters for today. I just wanted to make my presence known. I'm here for this morning, as well as being made a co-host, please, this morning for the meeting.
Hi, Anthony. I just made you a co-host.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are streaming to YouTube now. And recording will start in 1 minute. We see you, Anthony. Thank you. Starting the recording.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. And good morning, Chairperson Brad Wungluck. Sounds like we're ready to get started.
Perfect. Kevin, you want to wait until 9 o'clock or are we good to go?
Oh, maybe let's give folks one more minute. Thanks. Thanks, Brad.
Kevin, are we good? We're good?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Brad.
All right. Welcome and thank you everyone for coming today. I'm Brad Wungluck, Chair of the Access Code Advisory Committee. I'm calling this meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. on March 4th, 2026. Mr. Kevin Day, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Brad Wungluck.
Here.
Eugene Lozano. Arfaraz Kambata.
Here.
Daniel Kaiser.
Here.
Bill Zelmer. Okay, we'll come back. Sue Moe.
Here.
Janice Kent.
Here.
Jake Tomlin.
Here.
David Field.
Here.
Trevor Finneman.
Here.
April Dawson Rawlings.
Here.
And Travis Tyler. Okay. We have a quorum.
And then Kevin, did you see Bill? Did you get his attendance, Bill Zelmer?
Oh, I thought I saw him, but I didn't hear him chime in. He is
here.
okay, great.
I can see him on video.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm here. Sorry about
There he
that.
is. No worries. Thank you, Bill.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. And we do have quorum for the meeting. Kevin, would you please read the meeting information and instructions for this morning?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Day. I'm Deputy Executive Director with the California Building Standards Commission. I will be assisting the chairperson throughout the meeting. I would also like to introduce the other CBSC staff in attendance. Laura Mills, who will help us with the public comments received during the meeting. Other CBSC staff are on Zoom, including Executive Director Stoyan Bumbalov and Supervising Architect Irina Brosman. This is an open public meeting of the Access Code Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of the proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review of the proposed building standards submitted for this committee's review prior to being evaluated by the CBSC commissioners for adoption. The proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in Health and Safety Code, Section 18930, commonly known as the 9-point criteria. In addition to the 9-point criteria, the review and recommendations may include whether a proposal complies with the criteria set forth in Assembly Bill AB 130. Budget Trailer Bill AB 130, that's Chapter 22, Statutes of 2025, and specifically Sections 29 through 31 and 37 through 42 of that bill, became effective June 30th, 2025, and enacted a moratorium on state and local building standards affecting residential units beginning October 1st, 2025, and ending June 1st, 2031. The bill also enacted a restriction on the types of Title 24 proposals a state agency may propose or adopt during intervening code adoption cycles for all occupancies in perpetuity. 9-point criteria and intervening cycle restrictions are posted on the Access CAC meeting webpage linked on the meeting agenda. Recommendations are restricted to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study. For positions to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify AB 130 compliance issues, if any, or one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy. And provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to the AB 130 compliance and or one or more of the 9-point criteria. And as a reminder for the CAC members, we did include guidance specific to AB 130 compliance, including the section of AB 130 that states building standards necessary to incorporate updates to accessibility requirements that align with minimum federal accessibility laws, standards, and regulations. The Commission interprets this to mean that state agencies may promulgate accessibility standards in Title 24 only if the code changes are necessary to bring the California accessibility requirements up to date with minimum federal accessibility laws, standards, and regulations pursuant to Government Code Sections 4450, 4459, and 12955.1 as applicable. Accessibility standards that exceed these federal requirements may not be promulgated in an intervening code adoption cycle. And Stoyan, did you want to add any other comments regarding AB 130 before I continue?
Good morning, Kevin. You covered everything, but there is something that I keep repeating when we have the Code Advisory Committee meetings. So, folks, please don't overlook AB 130. What we saw with the previous Code Advisory Committee meetings, the CAC members concentrated on the merit, whether a proposal is good or bad, and they kind of overlooked AB 130. And you know me, and I know most of you, access is my favorite topic to argue about. So you're professionals, you're really good in your own field. So please take this AB 130 into account. This is kind of a 10th criteria in addition to a 9-point criteria. So don't forget that.
Thank you, Stoyan. Okay. Pursuant to Senate Bill 470, effective January 1st, 2026, this advisory committee may be held via Zoom teleconference with the members participating remotely. The meeting has a physical location where the public is able to present in person and also has the ability to participate via Zoom. As a reminder, committee members participating remotely must always remain on camera. If at any time a committee member needs to turn their camera off for bandwidth or other issues, please notify the chair. At this time, I would like to remind the Code Advisory Committee members participating remotely to disclose whether any individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at their remote locations, and the general nature of the members' relationship with any such individuals pursuant to SB 470. I don't see any hands raised, so I'll go ahead and continue. Okay. The public is invited to attend and provide public comment at the physical meeting location or virtual meeting or teleconference options provided in the agenda. All CAC meetings are being conducted as hybrid meetings. CBSC has a physical meeting location with limited seating for any members of the public. Today's meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers there is an approximate 45-second delay. CBSC meetings operate under the requirements of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act set forth in Government Code Section 11120 through 11133. This CAC meeting has been scheduled for 2 days. In the event the committee completes the agenda items prior to the second day, the committee will adjourn the meeting early. We will likely break for lunch around 12:30 as needed, and may also take breaks every 90 minutes to accommodate folks. The public may provide comments by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raise hand feature in Zoom. For members of the public attending in person, please complete a request to address the CAC committee form if you wish to comment on a specific agenda item. The form is buff in color and is available at the table located near the meeting room entrance. Please turn the completed form into a CBSC staff member. And just to note, Mr. Chair, we currently have no members of the public in the meeting room at this time. I'll let you know if that changes. And I just also wanted to make a note, if deaf individuals would like to comment, please call our main line at 916-263-0916 or email our general inbox at cbsc@dgs.ca.gov to make this request, and Laura will upgrade you to panelist so you can spotlight yourself, turn on your camera, and communicate directly with our ASL interpreter. Okay. Instructions are provided on the CBSC webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call the CBSC office once again at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go to members of the public in the room that have submitted speaker cards. The chair will then call on members of the public participating on Zoom that have raised their hands. For those calling in on a phone, please press *9 to raise or lower your hand and *6 to unmute and mute. In Zoom, we will recognize hands raised and turn on the ability to speak. If you like, you may announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when done commenting and keep in mind the 4-minute time limit for each individual speaker. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no comments remaining. The chair will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from a telephone, not using a speakerphone, and log into virtual meetings with one device only. This enhances the committee's ability to hear your comments clearly. And staff will summarize any written comments that were received in advance of today's meeting. And that concludes the instructions, and I believe we can move on to agenda item 2, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. Agenda item 2 is an overview for the meeting scheduling and housekeeping. So I'd like to share a few things. First, staying on schedule here today is everyone's responsibility. Please honor time limits when they are identified. We'll call for the state proposing agencies to address the committee and explain the proposed building standard. The committee will then discuss each agenda item, and I will call for public comments. Please avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. Following all comments and discussion, I will call for a motion and a second to recommend action on each agenda item relating to proposed building standards. A roll call vote will be taken for each motion. Please stay on the subject matter being discussed and avoid sidebar conversations. Extraneous discussions disrupt the flow of the meeting and can be hard for persons on the telephone to understand who is speaking and what is being discussed. Please be respectful of others' time and opinion and avoid interruptions. Lastly, we'll take a lunch break, as Kevin mentioned, around noon, and the committee will decide on a good stopping point as the meeting progresses. That concludes agenda item 2. Agenda item 3 is comments from the public on issues not on this agenda. Comments regarding items not on this agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the committee. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 3 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. For those calling in on a phone, use *9 to raise or lower your hand and *6 to unmute and mute. In Zoom, we will recognize raised hands and turn on the ability to speak. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on agenda item 3?
Yes, sir, we have one commenter. Oh, hold on. Nope, the hand went down.
All right.
No raised hands at this time.
Okay. That would then conclude agenda item 3. And we can move on to agenda item 4, which is CAC business. Vice Chair appointment. So Daniel Kaiser and David Field were appointed at previous accessibility access meetings. The committee needs to decide if one of those previous chairs will continue to serve in this capacity or nominate a new one. And all CAC members must vote on the proposed. I would add at this time that if the meeting does continue into tomorrow, I would not be able to attend and the vice chair would then head the meeting. I'll open it up for discussion if there are any nominations for a vice chair at this time. If not, I would nominate Daniel Kaiser to serve as vice chair again.
Bill Zelmer, I'll second.
Thank you, Bill. Is there any discussion? And Kevin, do we need a formal vote on that item, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to do the roll call vote.
Yes, please, if you would.
Okay. Daniel Kaiser.
Yes.
He's on mute. There we go.
Thanks, Dan. Janice Kent.
Yes.
Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
David Field.
Yes.
Brad Wungluck.
Yes.
Arfraz Kambata.
Yes.
Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
And Sumo.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous and motion carries.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. So next on the agenda is item 5, Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD-1 AC from January 2025. And it's adopt amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, California Electrical Code, Part 3, California Mechanical Code, Part 4, and California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. HCD representatives, can you please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item number 5? Please indicate the Commission Action Matrix table number, section number, and section name of the item presented or discussed to make it easier to follow the discussion. It may also be helpful to indicate the initial express terms page where the relevant section is located. The CAM, IET, and the initial statement of reasons, or ISOR, can be found posted on the CAC meeting webpage linked in the meeting agenda. And for the committee's discussion at this time, would you prefer to have the entire package or take items one by one as we've done in the past?
Good morning, Chair and members of the Advisory Committee. My name is Veronica Turbin. I am an associate construction analyst representing the Housing and Community Development State Housing Block Program. With me, I have Kyle Kraus, our Deputy Director, Mitch Baker, our Assistant Deputy Director, and other HCD staff members to help with any questions you might have. First, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed California amendments to the 2025 California Building Code, California Electrical Code, California Mechanical Code, and California Plumbing Code, and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's authority for developing building standards for covered multifamily dwellings is established in Government Code sections 129.55.1 and 129.55.1.1. As BSC mentioned, Assembly Bill 130 has placed strict limitations on what the state can consider during both the triennial and intervening code adoption cycles. With that in mind, all the items to be presented today have been truly vetted by HCD and BSC, and we are considered editorial and technical updates to existing code requirements. Those updates do not materially alter the substance or intent of the existing provisions. HCD's proposed amendments repeal a reference to Chapter 11A in Parts 2, 3, 4, and 5, items 1, 3, 4, and 5 on the ET and ISOR, and under CAM, it's HCD1AC 1-1, 3-1, 4-1, that's under CAM, and removes the adoption of the definition for public housing, that's item 2 under ET and ISOR, and HCD1AC item 2-1 under CAM. This is to align with the existing provisions in the California Building Standards Code and ensure consistency with current accessibility and housing requirements. There are no intended changing in regulatory effect for any of the proposed amendments. HCD convened a focus group meeting on June 25th, 2025, and the outcome was heavily impacted by the provisions of AB 130. HCD is ready to commence with the committee discussion of the proposed changes, or I can request the Code Advisory Committee recommendations at the conclusion of each section. I'm ready to proceed however the chair would like.
Thank you, Veronica. At this time, I propose that we take the items one at a time for discussion.
Great. So HCD proposes to adopt very identical amendments to the California Building Code, the CBC California Electrical Code, the CEC, California Mechanical Code, CMC, and the California Plumbing Code. So those are items 1, 3, 4, and 5, and they're pretty much similar. During the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle, HCD coordinated with the Division of State Architect and to amend Chapter 11A, Section 1101.8.1 and 1101.8.1, 1102.8.1, and to remove a reference in the scope and application of Chapter 11A to public housing. However, The reference in Chapter 1, Section 1.8.2.1.2 of the California Building Code, California Mechanical Code, and California Plumbing Code, and Article 89, Section 89.108.2.1.2 was inadvertently left in place. This amendment ensures consistency between the sections that I just mentioned, and it updates the scope and applicability of Chapter 11A in the 2025 California Building Code. Furthermore, Assembly Bill 130 places very strict limitations on what the state can consider during this intervening code adoption cycle. Those proposed changes qualify under Health and Safety Code Section 18942A2A as clarifying, confirming, and coordinating changes that do not alter the substance or intent of existing code provisions. So the provisions have no intended change in regulatory effect. This concludes item 1, 3, 4, and 5. If you want to open it for discussion, then I can go to item 2.
Thank you, Veronica, for that presentation and also combining those items because they are so similar.
Correct. It's
This
basically
item
the same language.
I'm sorry.
It's basically the same language.
Yes,
in
thank
all.
you. So this item is now open for committee discussion. For reference, please indicate the CAM number, section number, and name, and IET page. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments? All right, seeing or hearing none. At this time, we'll go to public comment, and I'd remind the public who wish to speak on the item, which is item 11, 31, 41, and 51, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on these items, which is 11, 31, 41, and 51.
We have 2 hands raised. Dara, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm Dara Scher, Senior Counsel with Disability Rights California. We are California's and the federal recognized protection advocacy agency advocating for the rights of people with disabilities under both federal and state law. DRC is also a member of the State Architects Access Code Collaborative. We oppose these proposals, particularly the one to remove the definition of public housing. We think they violate 9-point item 6 as creating unnecessary ambiguity and confusion. And over the years, there have been numerous changes in the definition of public housing in both Chapter 11A and Chapter 11B. And part of the reason for that confusion, those changes, is there's a great deal of confusion in the community as a practical matter about the scope of public housing.
Dara,
and
if I may, since we're on items 11, 31, 41, and 51, and we'll come to the public housing section next, which is 21. Do you want to limit your comments in this section to those items, and we'll get to the public housing section next?
Well, it is related to these items
Okay.
because it proposes to delete the internal cross-reference.
Okay. Thank you.
So I just thought I would address it now. I'm happy to expand on it when we get to that item. But DRC advocates for people with disabilities in a number of places throughout the state around accessibility issues, and it's been involved in a lot of litigation around it. And we know that there's a great deal of confusion on the ground about the definition of public housing and about how broad it is. Many people still think it means the traditional public housing owned and operated by local public housing authorities. An uninformed user turning to 11A may just assume that they don't have to go look at the public housing definition because they don't understand what it means. So we're very concerned that deleting that definition from 11A and the cross references to it don't provide enough guidance to the community. So we oppose this. We actually think it's a substantive change, not a clarification. And furthermore, at a minimum, if this were to go forward, we strongly request that HCD put a note where there are references to 11B with a definition of public housing so that people understand the breadth of it. We are very afraid this is going to continue to create the kind of confusion on the ground that we've been seeing for years that has caused cities and others to be in violation of the codes and subject them to considerable liability in the terms of millions and millions of dollars for misunderstanding what public housing is. So I think that that same comment applies to all of these. I think the unintended consequences of this deletion are going to be very significant. And I can, if in our comments on this item, we cite to a lot of case law authority and practical experience as to how this will create additional confusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. Laura, do we
There
have?
are no, the other hand went down, so there are no other hands raised. Oh, wait, there's a hand up. Connie, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Connie Arnold. I've been a disability rights advocate for over 35 years. I'm in Elk Grove, California, and I just want to comment that I support all of the written or oral comments, public comments being made by Disability Rights California in support of the changes by DSA and opposition to the housing and community development proposals according to the 9-point criteria stated by DRC. Very concerned about the housing and community development proposal that would delete the definition of public housing from Chapter 11A and rely solely on a cross-reference to 11B because of the confusion it's going to create and the increase in litigation it will cause by misunderstanding for an alleged clarification, which should not be the case. So I'm in opposition to this, and I don't know how long I'll be able to stay on the call, but I want to make sure that you know that I support all of the comments by Dara Scher and Disability Rights California staff in relation to both the proposals by the Division of the State Architect and regarding the proposals by Housing and Community Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connie.
There are no other public hands raised.
Okay. Thank you for your public comments. CBS staff, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And would you please summarize them?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only written comment submitted in advance on HCD's proposal was from Disability Rights California, which just addressed it.
Okay.
And I think it does look like HCD Mitchell Baker does have his hand raised.
Sorry, go ahead, Mitchell.
Yes, good morning. Mitchell Baker with HCD. And Chair, I'd like to check first, since the comments that we just received were primarily related to public housing and the next agenda item, if it would be your wish to discuss those now or wait for the next agenda item. Otherwise, we can respond to those comments just made.
Mitchell, if you'd like to respond to that now, since it does kind of correlate and connect to these other items that are being considered to this time, and we can go into more depth if necessary under 2.1.
Sounds great. So there are, and thank you for bringing the comment to HCD's attention from DRC. We did review the February 23rd, 2026 comment letter. And I'd like to bring 2 points in that comment letter and the verbal comments that were just made. And I think reiterating HCD's rationale provided as part of this proposal may clarify some of the confusion. DRC indicated that HCD is deleting the public housing definition and states that the definition is located in chapters 11A and 11B. However, HCD is not proposing a deletion of the definition of public housing. HCD is proposing to no longer co-adopt the definition of public housing in Chapter 2 of the California Building Code. This definition will remain in Chapter 2 under the purview of the Division of the State Architect. Chapter 11A, sections 1101 A.1 scope, 1102 A.1 where required, and 1102 A.2 existing buildings will continue to provide a pointer to Chapter 2 of the California Building Code for the definition of public housing and a reference and pointer to Chapter 11B. Additionally, as clarified in existing sections 1107A and 11B 106.5, generally definitions are located in Chapter 2 of the California Building Code, not in 11A or 11B. HCD's building standards packages this cycle including the items we are discussing here today, do not propose amendments to Chapter 11A, only Chapter 1 and 2 of the California Building Code and Parts 3, 4, and 5. These proposals align with amendments made during the last cycle and HCD's authority in Government Code Section 12551.1C. This proposal provides clarity without materially altering the substance or intent of the existing code provisions, which is consistent with Health and Safety Code Section 18942A2A or AB 130. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mitchell. That was helpful. At this time, we'll now turn to the committee for discussion, and we can entertain a motion on items 1131, 41, and 51. Discussion? Seeing none. Or Mr. Kaiser, did you have something?
No comments, but seeing no other, motion to approve items 1 through 5 as submitted.
Just to confirm, that's item 1131, 41, and 51.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second. This is David Field.
David Field, second. So it is moved and seconded that items 1131, 41, and 51 be approved. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Kevin, would you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. David Field,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
Jake Tomlin,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sue Mo.
Aye.
Okay, vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Veronica. Now moving back or moving along to item 2-1. Would you like to provide a presentation on that item?
Of course I will. Good morning again. My name is Veronica Turdin with HCD. So second item, it's item 2, chapter 2, section 202, definitions. CAM item HCD 1-AC 2-1. So as Mitch mentioned, and it's been already discussed, HCD proposes to discontinue the adoption, we're not deleting, the definition of public housing. Under Government Code Section 12955.1, HCD is directed to adopt building standards necessary to prohibit discrimination in the design and construction of all housing except publicly funded housing, which falls under the authority of the Division of State Architect, DSA. Currently, HCD co-adopts this definition with DSA. As a background, during the 2024 Triennial Code Adoption Cycle, HCD removed references to public housing from the scope and application of Chapter 11A, as Mitch just mentioned. As a result, maintaining the co-adopted definition is no longer necessary. Those proposals have been coordinated with DSA. Assembly Bill 130 places, as you know, very strict limitation on what the state can consider during this intervening code adoption cycle. Those proposed changes qualify under the Health and Safety Code, Section 18942A2A, as clarifying, conforming, or coordinating changes that do not materially alter the substance or intent of existing code provisions. So this proposal has no intended change in regulatory effect. That concludes my presentation, and I'm ready for comments.
Thank you, Veronica. This item is open for committee discussion. As mentioned previously, for reference, please indicate the CAM number, section number, and page. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendment at this time? Hearing none at this time.
Bill Zelmer.
I'm sorry, Bill.
Yeah.
My apologies.
So I may have missed it. I thought Dan Kaiser's motion included this item. Did I miss that?
It initially did. I clarified the motion to only include 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, and 5, 1, and we were going to come back to this item.
Okay.
Dara from DRC had said she might provide additional comments, so.
Thank you.
Arfaraz?
Just a clarifying question as to how this proposal has been has been presented. To clarify, is it the matrix adoption table that's getting amended, where the term public housing is no longer being adopted by HCD, and therefore the cross in the HCD column will be removed?
Veronica, would you like to respond?
Of course. So the matrix adoption table, it's non-regulatory, and yes, HCD 1AC will not be adopting public housing definition. That means it will still be in the code. However, 11A does not apply
Right.
to public housing. So it's
Thank you, Veronica. And so I guess some of the concern that we're hearing from constituents is around the strike through the public housing definition as proposed in the um, uh, I forget what's
in the ET.
yes, in the ET. I think that's where the concern is stemming from, as though the definition itself is being stricken from Chapter 2, which is not the case. So thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Faraz, on that question. DSA, I see your hand raised. You have something to add?
Yes, thank you. DSA would like to add that we support HCD's proposal to no longer adopt the definition of public housing as found in Chapter 2 of the CBC. We'd like to state that prior to 2011, the accessibility requirements for public housing reference the regulations in Chapter 11A. But with the DOJ clarifications in the 2010 ADAS, which included requirements for public housing, the requirements in the CBC for public housing were moved to Chapter 11B to align with the federal requirements. DSA supports HCD's clarifications. The process to amend and clarify the definition for public housing, which will remain in the CBC, will be of DSA alone as the authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Now returning to the committee for discussion, is there any additional comments or discussion on the item? Janice?
I have one comment. I'm looking at the 2025 CBC. I'm looking at section 1101A.1 when it talks about scope. And the last two paragraphs there, it says Chapter 11A generally does not apply to public accommodations such as hotels and motels and public housing. Public use areas, public accommodations, and public housing as defined in Chapter 2 of this code are subject to the provisions of DSA in Chapter 11B and are referenced in 191. And then newly constructed covered multifamily dwellings, which can also be defined as public housing, shall be subject to the requirements of 11B. It is that second sentence that I would like to bring up a point, because what we have is social service center establishments, which are housing, and that would always, regardless of the funding, be under 11B. And we have, I think that is, the main thing. So I'm just wondering that if we don't include that in this section of application for 11A, whether it is going to cause confusion that social service center establishments, some people may still think that they are under 11A.
Thanks, Janice. Veronica, did you have something to add or want to share on that?
Yes, I can either do it or DSA can comment as well. So cover multifamily dwellings, if they receive $1 of public funds, will have to comply with Chapter 11B, which you already know that. Now, regarding the requirement for complying with Chapter 11B, I think, and Mitch, please correct me, but I think we should defer that to DSA so they can comment on their application.
And just a quick comment, Mitchell Baker with HCD. During this proposal, HCD is not proposing amendments to section 1101A.1 for scope or the application. This is not under proposal this cycle, and the pointer will still remain to 11B for those facilities that meet the definition of public housing. And again, as Veronica mentioned, DSA can comment further on the scope of 11B.
And thanks, Mitchell. We'll go to DSA. I see the hand raised there.
Thank you. I'd like to clarify very briefly. Social service center establishments, if they receive public assistance, are public housing. If they do not receive public assistance, they are still a public accommodation under the 2010 ADA. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice, I still see your hand raised. Did you have anything else to add on that item? Or you'd like to discuss?
I agree with Michelle. No problem there. But I don't understand why. I mean, we can't, what you're telling me is we cannot change this thing in 1101A. But whether, regardless of the funding of social service center establishments, whether it, or services, whether it's provided on behalf of a public entity, it's still under 11B. And it's a type of residential that I see a lot of people confusing that it would be under 11A if there's no public funds. And that's the only reason why I bring it up, because I have seen a lot of confusion on that.
Okay.
And I do understand that we're not tackling this now, but it's out there, okay?
Thanks, Janice. Do we have any other committee discussion on this item?
Yeah, Bill Zelmer.
Yeah, Bill.
So again, the agencies, correct me if I'm wrong. My take on this is it would be inappropriate for HCD to adopt this definition when it's not their turf. They're not their responsibility to govern public housing. Therefore, I support the proposal as is.
Thanks, Bill. Mitchell, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. If I can just elaborate on that a little bit further, thank you, committee member. So as we've mentioned a few times, there's a pointer we've provided to Government Code 12955.1, specifically subsection C, which states regulations adopting building standards necessary to implement, interpret, or make specific the provisions of that government code shall be developed by the Division of State Architect for Public Housing and by HCD for other residential occupancies. The law is very explicit and clear on the delineation of authority. Thank you for the comment.
Thanks, Mitchell. Is there any additional committee discussion on this item before we proceed to public comment? Sue.
I think I'm in favor of DSA's proposal, or I'm sorry, the Housing and Community Development, their proposal. I think one thing that I see in developing code language is that is specific to the California Building Code, but there's still the obligation for design professionals, for property owners, for agencies. You still have to start with what is required at the federal level. And I understand the authority, the difference between what DSA can promulgate and what Housing and Community Development can promulgate. And I think the more clarity we can provide in the building code, that's going to be effective in ending up with people actually meeting accessibility requirements. But I think one thing that I realize that you still have to keep and be mindful of, there's still all of these different agencies at the federal level, and there's the Fair Housing Act, the Architectural Barriers Act, there's the Rehabilitation Act, there's the Americans with Disabilities Act, and taking a look at all these different acts and then how that plays into the architectural standards that are required. There's still that all of this that we're doing in Chapter 11B doesn't alleviate the requirement for property owners and design professionals to understand at that federal level what they need to comply with. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Any other committee discussion? Okay. At this time, we'll proceed to public comment. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 2-1 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 2-1?
We have two hands raised at this time. The first hand raised was Bob Raymer. Go ahead, sir.
Morning, Bob.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you all. It's been a while. Anyway, this is Bob Raymer. I'm representing the California Apartment Association and the California Building Industry Association. And the short story is, if HCD is fine with this, we're going to be fine. I would like to give you sort of a historical perspective. While there hasn't been conflict or concern over proposed changes to the public housing definition for several years now, back in the 1990s, in the 2000s, and in the early 2010s, there were numerous cases where HCD took exception to proposed changes by DSA to the public housing definition. By having both agencies adopt the public housing definition meant that behind the scenes, they needed to work very closely with each other before one or the other made a change to that definition. However, as things have become more clear in recent years, if HCD feels that the other statutory, both federal and state references in the code are good enough, we're not going to object to this. But believe me, there were some pretty gnarly fights way back when. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
The next hand raised is Dara.
Good morning again, Dara Scher, Disability Rights California. I appreciate a lot of the comments. Hi, Bob. I remember those fights. It was very helpful to have HCD working with DSA to arrive at a consensus definition. That was a real benefit. I also appreciate Ms. Mo's comments that regardless, you need to check the federal statutes. However, a huge barrier to people getting this right is that code departments and building owners are often unaware of the expansive scope of the public housing definition for two reasons. One, it is not just federal funding in a building. If the agency gets federal funds, everything the agency does is covered. So it is a very broad definition that people don't understand. And building owners don't often clearly communicate when there is funding in it that may trigger the public housing definition. Second, as you may recall, there's an Attorney General opinion that prohibits code departments from directly enforcing federal accessibility requirements. And that creates something of a barrier here. But more importantly, in our experience working with many jurisdictions, including in our litigation against the city of LA, where they were found significantly out of compliance by us and HUD for not understanding what public housing was, costing them hundreds of millions of dollars to retrofit and restore 4,000 units they should have put in. the building department often doesn't know what the funding departments of the city are doing. So it took us 2 years in LA to get clear communication between the parts of the city that gave out the dollars and the building departments, so that the city now requires that if there's any city, any involvement of the city in any way or public dollars, the plans have to be stamped as subject to 11B, so that the building code department knows that. Given that level of confusion that continues to exist throughout the state from our experience, I think even if you decide not to adopt this provision or to de-adopt this position as a co-adopter, I think it would be a huge benefit and prevent confusion to put a note in these references that provides some idea of the scoping of public housing. So people know that they need to look further and they need to ask more questions, because our experience is that is not happening on the ground. And we just see it over and over again that buildings are not being built to 11B standards because there is confusion about the scoping on public housing. And I think any clarification that HCD can provide on this, either by a note that says, here's the definition, or, a reminder, I don't know exactly what. I mean, I know notes can be very helpful or guidance can be very helpful, but removing this directly from being adopted by HCD, I think is going to exacerbate
30
in a very
seconds
serious
remaining.
way the problems that we see on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
The next hand raised is Connie Arnold.
Good morning, Connie.
You're muted.
Thank you. Sorry, the unmute button was in the wrong spot this time. Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 35 plus years, Elk Grove, California. Very concerned about the need for accessible public housing, and I would agree 100% with the comments by Dara Scher on behalf of the disability community statewide, that it's very important to not create confusion that leads to litigation. Otherwise, what is the importance of SB 1608 and the creation of the California Disability Access Commission, which was supposed to help make sure that entities met obligations for building codes? And so it's very critical to try to create codes that don't create confusion, as addressed by Dara Scher in the LA County housing litigation. And so I would hope that you are going to keep that in mind this time before you take a vote. And of course, Bob Raymer, representing the building industry, and the building industry has not always been the most concerned about accessibility, because at the end of the day, a lot of times accessibility falls off the end of the table. And there certainly is a shift in caring about inclusion of people with disabilities, but of great concern of making sure we get the homeless out of our streets and into housing. Well, it's critical to have that accessible public housing, which I might add should include accessible roll-in showers in some of the units, which I don't believe it adequately addresses at this point. So I just comment that I'm 100% in support of Disability Rights California and Dara Scher's comments regarding this issue, and hope you will vote the correct way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connie.
There are no other public hands raised.
Okay. Well, thank you for your public comments on this item. CBSC staff, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting?
Yes, Mr. Chair. once again, there were comments from Disability Rights California that were summarized by Dara Scher.
Thank you, Kevin. At this time, that concludes the public comment portion. We'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion.
I see that Sumo has her hand raised.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't lower my hand. So yeah, I don't have any comment. Thank you.
Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to adopt this item 2-1, right?
Yes. Motion to approve item 2-1 by Bill. Do we have a second?
Kaiser, second.
It's moved and seconded that item 2-1 be approved. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion?
Bill Zellmer, can I speak to this briefly?
Yes.
I realize there is a lot of confusion. This is a complicated topic. Just keeping in mind, this proposal does not change a single word in 11A. It doesn't change a single word in 11B. It doesn't change a single word in the definition of public housing. Is all the proposal is doing is removing HCD's adoption of it. And I'm not following the argument that that somehow provides less clarity. I think it provides more clarity to remove the HCD adoption.
Thank you, Bill. I agree. Is there any other discussion on the item? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee's members in favor, again, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Before we go there, Sue, I see your hand is raised. Did you have something before we go to the vote?
I was just gonna follow along with what Bill Zellmer said, and I agree. There's been so much confusion, and with the building departments that I talk to, and they don't know, do they have to look at Chapter 11A and Chapter 11B and then go item by item to see where there's maybe some differences and potentially a conflict? So I agree with Bill's comment.
Thanks, Sue. All right, at this time, Kevin, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zellmer,
Aye.
Sue Mo,
Aye.
Jake Tomlin,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you, Kevin. At this time, we would need to conduct a vote on the overall package from HCD. So all items were approved, but do we have a motion on approval for all HCD items proposed today?
This is Dan Kaiser, motion to approve items 1 through 5 as submitted.
Do we have a second?
Bill Zellmer, second.
It's moved and seconded that all items proposed by HCD and as discussed and approved by the committee be approved as a global package. Is there any further discussion on the item? Hearing now, we will now move to the roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
Jake Tomlin,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zellmer,
Aye.
and Sue Mo.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, HCD, for your presentation this morning and the discussion. We'll now move on to agenda item 6. Agenda item 6, Division of State Architect, Access Compliant, is adopting amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Chapters 2, 11B, and 35 of Title 24. DSA representatives, can you please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 6? Can you indicate as we move through the commission action matrix table, the section number and section name of the items presented?
Good morning, Chairperson Wingluck and committee members. My name is Michelle Davis. I'm the supervising architect at the Division of the State Architect. Eric Drever, principal architect, is unable to be with us this morning. Presenting with me today are senior architects Kirkland Cox and Benjamin Matre. In attendance are associate architect Nicholas Nanga and state architect Ida Clare. DSA is presenting proposals today that fall into 2 categories permitted by AB 130. These include amendments that clarify, conform, or coordinate changes that do not materially alter the substance or intent of the existing code provisions, and building standards necessary to incorporate updates to accessibility requirements that align with minimum federal accessibility laws, standards, and regulations. These proposals are advanced under DSA authorities in Government Code sections 4459 and 12955.1. To align with minimum federal accessibility laws, standards, and regulations, DSA is presenting proposals which have been identified as federal requirements for public housing not presently included in CBC Chapter 11B and required by Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards, or UFAS. These amendments are necessary so that public housing facilities are designed in accordance with applicable state and federal accessibility laws, standards, and regulations. Because local enforcement entities can only enforce the regulations in the CBC and not those at the federal level, the state entrusts DSA to advance rulemaking to ensure that the CBC regulations align with state and federal accessibility standards. A CBC that is in alignment with minimum federal accessibility laws, standards, and regulations will ensure public housing is accessible in California and reduce litigation faced by public housing facility providers in the state. On October 30th, 2023, DSA received a petition from Disability Rights California requesting the alignment of HUD Section 504 requirements with CBC Chapter 11B. The model code for CBC Chapter 11B is the 2010 ADAS. Because HUD identified specific areas where the 2010 ADAS lacks alignment with minimum federal requirements for public housing, DSA has undertaken significant analysis of the petitioner's request. DSA has coordinated with HUD, the United States Access Board, has held meetings with Building Standards Commission staff and the California Department of Housing and Community Development. DSA pre-cycle activities consisted of an initial accessibility workshop with members of the disability community on March 18th, 2025. DSA held an Access Code Collaborative, ACC, meeting on July 9th, 2025 to discuss the intervening code cycle accessibility proposals. The ACC is a body of representative stakeholders who assist DSA with the regulatory process related to proposed amendments to the accessibility provisions of the California Building Code. The Department of Rehabilitation, the California Commission on Disability Access, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and Disability Rights California all hold ex officio positions on the ACC. On September 24th, 2025, DSA held a public stakeholder meeting to further vet all intervening code cycle accessibility proposals. DSA's Access Codes and Policies Unit is prepared to present a summary of our proposals for the amendments to the 2025 Title 24, Part 2, California Building Code regulations for accessibility to public buildings, public accommodations, commercial buildings, and public housing. Some of the proposals before you today are complex. Because they are interconnected in specific ways, DSA requested that the proposals be grouped. And the grouping was sent to the Building Standards Commission for your consideration. Are we confirmed to present these items in the proposed order?
Yes, thank you. We received the group item request and we'll take them in that order as requested.
Thank you. Senior Architect Kirkland Cox will begin by presenting proposed amendments to the definitions in Chapter 2 of the CBC. Kirkland?
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning. My name is Kirkland Cox. I am a senior architect here at DSA headquarters. Members of the committee, I would like to call your attention to what Michelle mentioned, the Chapter 2 definition proposals in our DSA grouped items. DSA will now present the proposed changes to the definitions in two subgroups. The first subgroup, item 1.1, 1.2, 2.1, and 3.4, clarify how housing at a place of education is scoped within the California Building Code, the CBC, so that accessibility requirements align with federal law, regulations, and standards. In item 1.1, DSA is proposing a new definition of educational entity in receipt of public funds. The proposed definition directs code users in the correct application of public housing requirements for an educational entity that receives state and/or federal financial assistance, ensuring the proposed amendment regulations are correctly applied. The amendments to existing definitions are provided for the correct application of scoping and technical requirements of Chapter 11B. Item 1.2 provides pointers to public housing and a place of public accommodation, clarifying that housing at a place of education is both a public accommodation and public housing. Item 2.1 reinforces that housing at a place of education is a public accommodation according to the U.S. Department of Justice. Item 3.4 reinforces that housing at a place of education is public housing through the receipt of public funds. Amendments to these definitions provide clarity to the applicability of the code so that accessibility requirements align with federal law, regulations, and standards. That concludes our first subgroup of definitions.
Thank
Should we
you.
con-
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to ask if we should continue with the second subgroup.
Let's take the first four. So my understanding is you have 1-1, 1-2, 2-1, and 4-1 as the initial DSA items for committee consideration. Is that correct?
There is a correction. Not
Sorry.
4-1, 3-4 instead.
3-4. Thank you. Okay. At this time, I'd like to bring those four items, 1-1, 1-2, 2-1, and 3-4 to the committee for discussion. Kevin, did you have something?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, my apologies. Mr. Kaiser.
I personally would like to see us address each of these individually. Rather than as a, we can still lump all these items in one group action. However, I think that we should address each one of these proposals on a case by case basis rather than trying to lump them all together. I did, just as an example, I have a couple of questions on one or two of them, but don't apply to all of them, that type of thing. So I'd rather see us address them one item at a time, please.
Dan, are you still comfortable with them presenting these as a grouped item though, and then we can go through one by one since they are all?
Yes, absolutely. I think just for discussion purposes, rather than try to talk about all, 6 or 7 of these items together, that we should discuss them with both the, I don't know how effective we're going to be discussing individually with the public, but I think we need to keep them as separate as possible.
Any other discussion from the committee on Dan's request to consider these? Hear them as a group, but then consider them individually? Janice?
I would agree with Dan.
Okay.
It gets rather complicated and I would agree with him.
So that's the way that we will proceed. So with that in mind, we've heard presentations on 1-1, 1-2, 2-1, and 3-4. We'll bring 1-1 to the committee for discussion at this time.
Could I recommend that before we start, we're about an hour and a half in, maybe we take a quick break?
I see a few heads nodding. I'd look towards Kevin and DSA if that'd be acceptable, so we could come back now that you've presented these items, and then we will start with the committee addressing them individually.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that would be appropriate if the committee desires it.
Okay, we have been going for nearly 90 minutes. We'll go ahead and take a break. Kevin, 10 minutes, is that normal? I can't recall.
Yeah, you could do 5 or 10 minutes, whichever the committee prefers.
Sue, I'll look to you. Do we want 5 or do we want 10?
Let's do 10.
All right, we'll take 10 minutes and we will resume at 10:35. Thank you all. All right, it is 10:35. It looks like we're waiting on a few members to return. Kevin, it looks like Janice and Arfaraz are not yet back. Should we wait for them for a moment?
We could probably give him one more minute, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think we can probably proceed, and I'm thinking Janice will be back shortly, if that's okay with the committee.
Yep, that sounds good. So at this time, we'll resume the meeting. We were on committee discussion of item 1-1. Is there any committee discussion before we go to public comment? Sue, I see your hand raised. I'm not sure if it was from earlier.
No, I actually submitted several comments on this package. And one of the things that I found in this definition, and it talks about educational entity and receipt of public funds. And one of the things I've learned early on is the application of the 2010 standards and HUD 504 isn't only based on the receipt of public funds. It could be significant assistance. And in the Title VI legal manual, this is from the Civil Rights Division, the U.S. Department of Justice, they actually talk about how there could be other assistance that's provided that isn't necessarily the receipt of public funds. The other issue with this, it talks about Pell Grants, work study programs, other public or any publicly funded financial aid to students. If you look at the regulations, what the Department of Justice has said, what they do in order to meet their obligation to comply with Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, they actually use the 2010 ADA standards, but they don't allow the one elevator exception. And it's in, like I said, it's what came from Department of Education. And it's actually the Department of Education that issues the Pell Grants. So, taking a look at this, it seems like, as written, like I say in my public comment, the definition of an educational entity and receipt of public funds relies on state or federal financial assistance, including but not limited to federal Pell Grants, work study programs, and other publicly funded financial aid for students. But again, there are other types of assistance that are provided for universities in order to advance their programs. And my concern is basically the package in total, when you're saying that all these different types of what's considered public housing has to comply with HUD 504 with their architectural standards, doesn't really take into effect all the other federal agencies that provide housing or that provide funding for different types of housing. And they don't necessarily use the HUD 504 architectural standards and UFAS to meet their obligation to comply with the Rehab Act. So that was my concern, looking at this definition.
Thanks, Sue. Dan?
Thank you. I had similar and additional comments that Mo had submitted both in writing. Her written comments were pretty in depth, and hopefully everybody had a chance to look at those. But there's more, my own personal experience. There's more to federal assistance than simply a hard dollar financial. We need to consider soft dollars also, because soft dollars will get you sued as quickly as hard dollars. I also have a big problem with when we get into trying to enumerate specific programs or grants or funds. We're going to miss some. And there's also new grant programs that pop up on a consistent basis and quicker than we can rewrite the code. And I think we need to avoid identifying any type of specific grants that may be out there or that may be coming in the future. It will tie our hands. It could possibly tie the court's hands. And in doing so, we're not taking care of the disabled within our state as well as we should. We need to just quit trying to enumerate, and we actually have a couple proposals like that where I have a problem where we try to enumerate this, and this. We need to be more broad. Simply financial assistance, public assistance, public funds, both hard and soft dollars. Leave it up to the courts to determine what that is. Thank you.
Mr. Kaiser, one question for you with regards to your comment about specific enumeration of grant programs. And just for my understanding, do you feel that the last line in that sentence or any other publicly funded financial aid to students captures that, or is that still not address your concern?
It does somewhat, but again, this all refers to hard dollars. None of it refers to soft dollars. What would jump out? Housing assistance, food assistance. We're not talking about hard dollars going to an individual. We're talking about federal assistance in some other way. It does touch on, does it get into the tax side of it? It really doesn't. But we do know that tax breaks, tax credits also trigger financial or also trigger funding assistance. And I think we need to not restrict our code users' hands in that they may miss some other type of financial assistance that is received, both whether it be state or federal.
Dan, I think the majority of the time, I think we're in agreement on a lot of things with accessibility. Sorry, Janice, before I go there, I think that my interpretation would be slightly different, maybe, though, because that line that includes any part of which is extended or receives state or federal financial assistance, my interpretation would cover most of or all of what you're mentioning, even in those soft costs. But
no, I agree that it's there in nature. I just don't like the idea that we try to enumerate and guide the code user towards specific concepts or items. We need to leave it more broad.
Understood. Before we go to DSA to respond, Janice, you also had a comment?
Okay, yeah, the audio wouldn't turn back on. Rude computer. I agree with both Sue and I agree with Dan, but I want to look at it in a slightly different way. Why do we even need a definition? And this is a general question. Why do we even need a definition of educational entity in receipt of public funds? Now, first of all, it wouldn't be public funds. It would be public services, programs, and activities. So I think that those three items will take into account, in a sense, what Sue was saying and, you know, what we're talking about here. But why would we refer to that? Now, if we're talking about housing at a place of education, which is going to the next definition and it's tied into it, and I don't want to jump around all the definitions, but I think this is important, that housing at a place of education is both under Title II and under Title III. So it would still be transient lodging, regardless of whether there's any services, programs, and activities by federal entity or by a public entity. And so one of the things I'm having a great deal of trouble with, because I know there's so many questions out there, is we're trying to put all this into housing in one thing called public housing. And I think that is going to cause a lot of confusion. Housing at a place of education, we would go in one direction if that place of education just has public funds, services, and programs. We would go in another direction if it also has any type of federal program services. And if it doesn't have any public and it doesn't have any federal, it might be totally private. It wouldn't even be considered public, but it would still be housing at a place of education. So I'm questioning why we would even need this definition of educational entity in receipt of public funds. Because then we'd have another definition, educational entity in receipt of federal funds, and another one, educational entity totally private. So we would need three definitions. I'm having a problem looking at all these definitions where we're trying to group it all under public housing, and it's become so broad and so confusing. I think we need to pull it apart a little bit better. And I've been working with this stuff for years, and I know a lot of you have as well. And I get questions about this all the time, and I'm dealing with the Los Angeles housing thing with what's going on here for the last like almost 15 years. So I think if we're trying to put this all under one hat, we're asking for a lot of confusion. I think we should have housing at a place of education, which is transient lodging, but it has a few things from housing that we could bring into there as its own thing. Then we can have, again, I don't know why we need this definition. I think I just said that, but I'll leave it open for discussion on that. But that's kind of my opinion and what I'm seeing on that.
Thanks, Janice. Dan, you have your hand raised again.
Yeah, I'm confused at Janice and I may not be reading the same, and I think my question is more for Janice, is where are you even seeing anything related to housing here? In this case, we're talking about a educational entity, and then it goes on to define what that entity is. It has nothing to do with individuals or their I'm just I want to make sure we're on the same page here. What are you saying that is not related to educational entity?
Okay, so Dan, let me answer that. When I'm looking at educational entity and receipt of public funds, it's like, why do we even need that definition? What are we using it for? I'm thinking that one thing we would be using it for is housing at a place of education. But if we are going to keep an educational entity, then what we should be talking about is its services, programs, and activities, which would include funding and services and programs, which may be federal, it may be public, or it may be totally private. And I think that should be incorporated, and maybe it's not educational entity in receipt of public funds, because it's not just funds. That's the whole thing with this. Maybe it's just educational entity, and an educational entity can receive federal funds or federal programs or have federal activities. It could have public funds, you know. I think I'm kind of restating what I said, but I hope that explains it better, Jan.
No, it doesn't, to me anyway.
Why do we need this definition is what I'm saying.
Well,
So
I may agree with you on that, but I'm not seeing what you're saying. That's where that's my confusion.
Dan
Okay.
and Janice, I think that maybe I'm hoping that DSA can provide us some response to kind of what's been addressed so far that would help clarify.
Great.
DSA, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I will agree with Janice that there is some confusion about the application of the code when it comes to the facilities provided by educational entities. The Department of Justice has said that educational entities that do not receive any public assistance of any kind are still public accommodations. So for the purposes of Chapter 11B, they would have to comply with the public accommodation requirements. Those educational entities that do receive public funds, as the proposed definition, which is why we have the proposed definition, are required to comply with the additional Title II requirements as a condition of receiving those public funds. So it could be that they have facilities that are public accommodations. If they provide housing facilities, then those housing facilities have to follow the requirements for public housing in addition. So that's where we're going with this definition. Commercial educational providers tend not to think of themselves as an arm of a public entity or as having the code be applicable to them because of other financial assistance they receive. But as you can see in our statement of reasons, there are court cases supporting our proposed definition. I see Ida has her hand up, so I'm going to let her speak.
Thank you, Sue. I just wanted to, I'm sorry, there's my camera. Okay. This is Ida Claire, State Architect. I'm just trying to correct one sentence that you said, clarifying further. Housing at a place of education is required to meet transient lodging standards, but there's other elements of that housing that may need to meet the requirements of public housing. We're providing this definition to define those that do. And those other elements of public housing is what is in a separate group or proposal of the Section 504 requirement. So I just wanted to clarify it. They do need to meet transient lodging standards for the individual units, but there are other requirements for public housing that need to be met that we are bringing in to Section 504 or with our Section 504 proposals that are grouped and coming up later. And this definition sets that stage for the application of those standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida. Are there any other comments from DSA or clarification on the points that have been raised so far? No. Any other discussion from the committee? If not, we'll proceed to public comment at this time.
Trevor has his hand raised.
Yeah, Trevor, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have two comments, and take from them what you will. The first is that I'm not sure I understand why we need a definition for educational entities that receive public funding. It seems its intended purpose is to help distinguish which federal standards apply. And I'm not sure why we need a state definition to make that determination for the application of federal standards. That's my first comment. And then two, I worry that the breadth of this definition, which includes corporation partnerships and any other sole proprietorships, is going to inadvertently scoop up unintended entities. So for example, independent living centers to provide some educational services or tutoring programs that also do receive sometimes funding from various federal educational departments, like the Department of Education, might be inadvertently included in this definition. So I worry about both its breadth and whether or not it's needed at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Janice, did you have another comment? I see your hand raised.
Yes. Yes, and again, if we want an educate, and I agree, I just don't think we need I don't think we need a definition of this, but then if we do have a definition, then I would like to see a definition of what is federal funds and what is if it's totally private. I don't know whether it's necessary, but going back to what Dan said earlier, is if we list off all these federal assistance, or if we list off all the public assistance, we're going to miss one. And it's not just about funding. It's about the services that are provided and the programs and activities that are provided. Maybe we go and use the ADA language for this. I mean, instead of having to rewrite this, what is, I mean, if it is some type of program, even if they don't get any public funds, but if it is a public program, then it would be considered public. This is all intermeshed with this whole discussion that will probably follow afterwards of federal, public, private. But there are some facilities for education that are totally private. They still would need to follow Title 11B. So this is something that we need to consider. And then one of the things with funding, I would question, I don't have a good answer for it. If we have some kind of funding going directly to students, student aid, would that be similar to like a Section 8 for housing, where we differentiate between money going to the building, which turns it into federal, versus money going to just the recipient? Do we have, and I can't answer that, that's the question I'm asking, but that's similar to the Section 8 kinds of funds. Also, that may play into this. So I do get a little concerned with different kinds of grants and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know whether I don't have an answer for that. It's a question.
Thank you, Janice. Sue, I saw your hand raised a moment ago. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I've had the opportunity last fall, and then again, just a couple of weeks ago, I had a lengthy conversation with John Wodach, who is retired from Department of Justice, but he understands all the history and the implications of all these different federal court cases, the case in LA, the statement of interest, and the issues in the city of Chicago. And we talked about this, and I said, I want to understand this for my own purposes when I advise people when they're doing housing projects. And I said, from what I can see, like I said recently, you have all these different acts, and there's the obligations of how you comply with basically civil rights law. And when you start with the act itself, there's very broad implications, how program services and activities. If you have a website, it has to be accessible. So effective communication, discrimination, all of these at that top federal level. And then we talked about, okay, from there, how do you step down to the different architectural standards that are required? And then I talked about it and I said, well, John, how can you catch all this in a building code? And he said, you can't. He said, you have to be aware of all these different federal agencies. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, they're the second biggest funder of housing after the Department of Housing and Urban Development. What are you going to do with health? And he said, what about Health and Human Services? Are you going to take a look at what they require, what they provide funding for? So there's only so much that we're going to be able to address in the building code, and trying to lump all this stuff in with what HUD 504 requires, especially considering that HUD is looking at, I know that, talking to HUD, they're stalled right now. They can't do anything on rewriting their regulations and the uniform federal accessibility standards. But at some point, they're going to be able to start their regulatory process again. So I have a concern with this, trying to pick up all these different programs and try and figure out how do you mesh that with the building code. And the other thing that we haven't talked about right at the outset of today's meeting, we talked about AB 130. To me, all of these different provisions, it seems like it goes beyond what you can do in an intervening code cycle. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Sue. At this time, we've had extensive committee discussion. We can come back to it, but I'd like to go to public comment. CBSC staff, were there any written comments? Actually, I apologize. We're going to go back and go to public comments. And at this time, I'd remind the public who wishes to speak on item 1-1 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature on Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please do so. State your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check for commenters on item 1-1?
Currently have one hand raised. Dara, go ahead.
Hello again. We support this proposal. We recognize that there may be some areas of improvement, but we strongly support it as needed to help provide clarity among the different standards that apply to housing at a place of education, depending on funding. Let me say a couple of things. I understand the comments that receipt of public funds is a little narrow. It may be that DSA might have been better off using the broad definition of receipt of public funds that's in the public housing definition. That would be an amendment we would not be opposed to. There was a mention of the Department of Education. They use UFAS. They allow the ADA as a temporary alternative, but currently they use UFAS. And I want to distinguish between HUD and UFAS, Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards. The state law requires GSA to comply with UFAS. HUD is one agency that does that. There are many that use UFAS, DOA, Department of Ag, anybody covered by the Architectural Barriers Act. A huge number of government agencies use UFAS and in their housing. And that is a standard that under 4459, the state is required to adopt as a minimum standard. So I think it is appropriate to bring in UFAS standards. We are not adopting HUD regulations as a whole in any way, shape, or form. We are adopting UFAS standards in the very narrow places where they provide greater accessibility than the ADA standards. And the HUD memo just provides guidance. They've gone through and identified which of those standards provide more accessibility, and that is a good model to follow for interpreting UFAS where it needs to be incorporated here to meet minimum federal standards. I also want to say that on the question that was raised about students, there's case law, it's cited by DSA, it's cited in our letters, that says work study and aid to students is considered federal financial assistance under 504. It is not the same as Section 8, where the courts have come to a different conclusion and HUD has come to a different conclusion. I think we strongly support this. I think it is definitely needed to help provide clarity, and what everybody acknowledges is the difficult area of housing at a place of education where it's transient lodging but has different overlays. And I applaud DSA for trying to provide some clarity there. I recognize that there might be some tweaking that would make sense in terms of minor tweaking, not substantive, that would just clarify that public funds is actually a broader term, or maybe delete specific references to particular funds. But in general, I think this is a really strong proposal that is necessary to make the other proposals make sense. And it's supported by the case law, by the breadth of 504, by the requirement to comply with UFAS. And what DSA has done is just pick out those provisions of UFAS which exceed accessibility and therefore need to be incorporated under the state statute as a minimum federal standard. So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Dara.
The next hand raised is Connie Arnold.
Good morning, Connie. Go ahead.
You're muted.
Thank you very much. Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 35 plus years. I just want to piggyback on what Dara Scher said, and Disability Rights California said, in support of their comments for this item and all items dealing with DSA and HCD proposals. And I'm going to have to get off this meeting now, so I just want to reiterate my support for their comments on the proposals according to the 9-point criteria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connie.
There are no other public hands raised.
All right. Thank you for the public comments. CBSC, were there any additional written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to this item, there was one public comment received in addition to, those from Disability Rights California who spoke to their written comments. But we received a written comment from constituent Dan Miller. He indicated he wouldn't be able to attend, but would likely, follow up with his comments during the 45-day public comment period. But to summarize, he respectfully requests the committee to reject the DSA package for 2 reasons. The proposals do not meet AB 130 and the proposals exceed DSA authority. Many of the points raised in the comment, which was provided to the committee, have been touched on, with regard to the federal access laws. So I would just encourage the committee to review that comment, but that's the only one.
And Kevin, his comments were for the entire DSA package, is that correct?
I believe so. The way it's structured, it does not specify specific sections in the grouped items of the CAM. So just kind of a broad, general comment.
So for the record, we've received the comments, and thank you, Kevin, for sharing those. So that would conclude public comments. Thank you for that. At this time, we'd return to the committee for discussion and entertain a motion.
This is Dan Kaiser. For discussion purposes, I'm going to make a motion to disapprove this item as submitted.
I have just one other comment. We're talking a lot about UFAS and the HUD 504 regulations, and we're looking at this with a focus on public housing. HUD 504 and the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards, as Dara said, she feels that, that the state is obligated to comply with those regulations. What are you going to do for all of the other facilities that are regulated under the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards that go beyond housing? Say on a campus, you have public student housing facilities. Maybe you have, depending on the campus, classroom buildings, healthcare facilities, student unions. Are you going to try and capture in the building code then that all of those are required to comply with the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards as well? So, and realizing that the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards were, early 80s, and there have been a lot of technological improvements. There are other elements that are covered in the 2010 ADA standards that are not in the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards. So that's just my concern. I think trying to focus on housing and really trying to zero in on public housing. I understand all the concerns, but I think that there are issues with the proposal.
Thanks, Sue. I
Point of
see
order,
DSA.
point of order,
Sorry.
if I can, please. I made a motion. Before we can have that further discussion, which I would like to have further discussion, there needs to either this motion needs to go away, somebody needs to second it.
And that's what I was going to say. Before we got to DSA again, I was going to come back to you. You have made a motion for disapproval. Which one of the 9-point criteria are you considering in your motion?
Number 6.
Number 6.
And
So,
I'll explain that further once we get to discussion portion.
do we have a second for disapproval?
I second that.
Okay. We have a motion for disapproval of item 1-1. It's been moved by Mr. Kaiser, seconded by Ms. Moe for disapproval. Now we can move to further discussion. I'd like to go to DSA if there's not any issues with that at this time. Okay, DSA, I saw your hand raised, and then we'll come back to the committee.
Yes, thank you. The deeming notice and section 504 are important it's important to point out that the point of HUD releasing the deeming notice was to permit covered entities to use the 2010 ADA standards, which is the basis of California's Chapter 11B, in lieu of UFAS, except for the specific provisions noted in the deeming notice. So for the purposes of public housing, what HUD is saying is that you can use the ADA standards except these sections. So there is no need to go look at the other UFAS sections that may cover educational facilities, because HUD has said it's okay to use the ADA standards for those facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan and Sue, I'm going to jump in, and I would say that I appreciate your motion. I know that there's been extensive concerns mentioned. I will be not in favor of the motion. I think that there is value in this proposal. I could go to further study being required, but with the motion on the table of disapproval, I will not be voting in favor. I think there's benefit in the proposal and continuing the conversation based on, as mentioned, the comments received. So looks like, Dan, you've got your hand raised and you're unmuted, so go ahead.
Yeah, I never did get a chance to justify or say why I was made this proposal. And I think we've heard both from committee members, even actually just now from staff also, and from the general public, that all of this information that we're trying to define in this one paragraph, all of this information is out there. You need to look at those various regulations and laws that are out there, whether it be UFAS, whether it be 504, whether it be the ADA. We don't need to try to create something new here, and in doing so, forget something or mislead somebody or not cover something. All of the information that, and I understand what staff is trying to do here, and I applaud that. However, we don't need to do this when it's out there. And so I think we're doing something that for no other reason, it's just unnecessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Sue, you still have your hand raised. Did you have an additional comment before we
My apologies, I needed to lower it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion at this time? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Kevin, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Arfaraz Kambata,
Could you please restate the motion?
The motion is for disapproval of item 1-1 based upon 9-point criteria number 6.
No.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sumo,
Aye.
and Mr. Chair, Jake Tomlin, just a note, Jake Tomlin let us know that he had to leave for a conflict, so I'll call his name, but I believe he's going to be absent the rest of the day. Jake Tomlin, Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
No.
Janice Kent,
Just a question, if I say aye, I'm saying I don't agree with this definition, right? And that it should go away for right now.
yes, it would be disapproval of the proposal.
Okay, so aye, it should go away.
David Field,
Aye.
the vote is 5-2, the motion carries.
So let's see. Okay, so item 1-1 has been recommended for disapproval. You said that was 5-2 or 5-2, 5 in favor, 2 opposed. So we will now move on to item 1-2. So at this time, we can, as mentioned, DSA has provided their presentation on 1-2. Do we have any committee discussion at this time on item 1-2? Janice, go ahead.
Yes, so for the definition of housing at a place of education, it doesn't say anything about transient lodging. The definition of housing at a place of education coming from the ADA standards is transient lodging with some additional features that would be in public housing. So I think we need to add transient lodging to there. Otherwise, we're going in the wrong direction.
Thank you. Sue?
I think we want to be careful with making revisions to what is the native language in the 2010 standards. So in my mind, this definition goes along with the previous item that we took a look at. The other thing when I consider this, I think the idea is to make a separation between what is required under Chapter 11A and what's required under Chapter 11B for housing at a place of education. And I don't know that there's a clear, distinct separation between those two chapters when it comes to the application of housing at a place of education, because HCD still covered multifamily dwellings. So I think the attempt here is to try and make that separation complete between DSA and HCD. And I don't know if that realistically is going to make a clear and separate distinction between the two. And like I said, to the extent that we can, and I understand, there's a lot of California amendments, but when we can stick to the native language in the 2010 standards, I think that it puts us in a better position and keeps things a little clearer.
Thanks, Sue. Any other discussion? Okay. This time we'll proceed to public comment. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 1-2 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. You'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 2-1?
There's currently one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
This is Dara Scher. We support this definition. We think it helps provide some clarity among different circumstances relating to housing at a place of public education. I'd also like to point out that bringing the building codes into compliance with UFAS is not optional. Government Code Section 4459 says, notwithstanding any, says the CBC shall be not less than the application and scope of the ADA and UFAS. And DSA is trying to comply with Government Code 4459 by bringing relevant provisions of UFAS into the public housing definition. Courts have upheld that, and one case in particular, Arroyo versus Cervantes, said, notwithstanding any other provision of law, the application and scope of accessibility regulations in the CBC shall not be less than the application and scope of accessibility requirements of the ADA and other items mentioned in 4459, i.e. UFAS. So this is not optional. The state law requires DSA to incorporate UFAS into the building code. How we specifically do that, I agree there's some complexities involved, but it's clearly required by state law and is clearly within the exception to AB 130. And we need to do it. And I think, yes, there may be changes in the future, but there are always changes in the future in codes, and we respond to those changes when they happen. This is a very narrow range of changes relating to specific public housing issues that provide greater accessibility to people with disabilities and are required by law. So I just wanted to be really clear that that is our legal position, and I think it is the correct one, and I think what DSA is trying to do supports that. And I'm concerned, I would understand in some circumstances if it needs to be sent back for further study for some further clarification, but I think it is a serious mistake to just reject these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other public hands raised.
All right, thank you for your public comments. Besides the written comment that was previously mentioned, were there any other written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting?
No, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, we are in discussion of item 1-2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before we bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion, I will let DSA respond. I see their hand is raised.
Thank you. I just want to point out that the definition under consideration, housing at a place of education, is California language. It is not an ADA definition. And all DSA is proposing to do with this definition is add additional pointers to other definitions so that code users will have a full understanding of the definitions that may apply to housing at a place of education. That's all we're trying to do, is provide a pointer at this location.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I understand. Okay, so let's go to Janice. I believe you had your hand raised first on this item.
Yes, I mean, I think housing at a place of education is a good definition, but I'd like to see a couple things added to it. There is no definition, as Michelle was saying, under the ADA. It's a description. And it is under ADA Title II, so it's public, and Title III, so it's a place of public accommodation. So where we have at the bottom, it says, see also public housing, place of public accommodation. The first thing you should say is see transient lodging. I could agree to this definition if we put see also transient lodging, because housing at a place of education is transient lodging with some items from public housing and some items from FHA and that kind of thing. I'm not negating that, but I'm saying it is first and foremost transient lodging.
Thank you. Is there any other committee discussion at this time?
Chair,
Sue.
oh, sorry. A hand was raised in the public, but it's gone back
Oh.
down. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. Thank you.
And it's back up.
Let's
Shall I allow this member of the public to speak, sir?
Yeah, let's go ahead and go back to public comment and hear from them,
All right.
please.
Go ahead, Rosanna.
Hello, this is Rosanna Scott. I'm a accessibility code consultant at CCI. I just wanted to clarify that I can't see the definition that you guys are looking at, but I've heard the phrase housing at a place of education is transient lodging a couple of times. Is this definition only for undergraduate housing, or does it also include the faculty and graduate housing?
I can answer that.
I'm going to let DSA go ahead and respond to that.
Okay.
Thank you. DSA, go ahead.
Housing at a place of education, the definition currently includes both undergraduate and postgraduate housing.
Okay, and are there separate sections that cover the postgraduate housing that do not refer to the transient lodging section? I think it's 809.
Yes, in the scoping requirements, there are separate sections. However, definitions do not get you to scoping requirements. Definitions only guide the application of scoping requirements.
Okay, so if the definition says transient lodging, it doesn't mean that you wouldn't be able to use the housing requirements for faculty. It just means that it would include transient lodging for the undergraduate.
We're not changing any definitions having to do with what housing at a place of education is with this definition. We do not propose any changes. We are only proposing to send code users also to the definitions for public housing or for place of public accommodation, whichever is applicable.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Ida, I also saw your hand raised. Did you have anything else to add, or were you just in support?
I just wanted to issue a clarification that the Department of Justice in its guidance has stated that while housing at a place of education for undergraduates or those that are not graduate or faculty needs to comply with the transient lodging standards for the units, it does not state that it is transient lodging. It's a residential facility. So that's a little subtle difference, which also makes it a little more material to some of the provisions that we have coming up. And I just wanted to add that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida. Okay, so we're going to come back to the committee for discussion and a motion. Sue, we'll go to you. You're on mute.
I just had a quick comment. Both the definitions for place of public accommodation and housing at a place of education, you don't find those in the 2010 ADA standards. However, if you look at section 8 and for the Department of Justice for their provisions, my mind is going a little blank right now. That's where you'll actually find the definition for place of public accommodation and the definition for housing at a place of education. But like I said, you won't find that in the 2010 ADA standards. But they're still applicable because, like I said, they're in the section 8 definitions.
Thanks, Sue. Janice, you were next.
DOJ does not define housing as a place of education either under Title II or Title III. It does say that it is subject to comply with the provisions of the 210 standards applicable to transient lodging, including but not limited to the requirements for transient lodging guest rooms. So, you know, subject to whatever, I mean, that's what it's supposed to comply with. They additionally talk about the kitchens. They additionally talk about a number of other things where they do point to FHA and they do point to, you know, the housing requirements under 233. In answer to a question before, when we talk at housing in place of education, there is a distinct exception for graduate students and faculty who live in the facility on a full-time basis where there is no educational programming, in which case that will need to comply with 233. But whether it comply, you know, is it Title II or Title III depends on funding and programs. So that's just a little bit more clarity on something that it causes a lot of confusion. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Janice. Dan?
In my mind, I think we're getting far from this proposal, so I'm going to make a motion to approve as submitted because all we're doing here is adding basically a note to this definition that already exists.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve from Mr. Kaiser. I see Trevor, your hand is raised, so let's go ahead and hear from you and then we can see if there's a second for the motion on the floor.
I can lower my hand if this motion passes.
So we have a motion from Mr. Kaiser. Do we have a second?
Yeah,
I'll
Bill
go ahead
Zelma,
and second.
Go ahead.
Faraz was our second. So we have a motion and a second that item 1-2 be approved. Is there any additional conversation on the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Kevin, can you please conduct the vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
No.
David Field,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sumo.
Aye.
The vote is 6-1, motion carries.
All right, the motion is carried and item 1-2 is recommended for approval. We'll now proceed to discussion of item 2-1. Is there any committee discussion before we go to public comment on item 2-1? Okay. We'll proceed to public comment then. At this time, I'd remind the public to go ahead and unmute yourself for items 2-1. Excuse me. Put yourself in the queue for item 2-1 by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you'd like to, please identify yourself and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for item 2-1?
There are no raised hands.
I see Dara's hand just went up.
Yeah, Dara's hand just went up. Go ahead, Dara.
Dara, I think you're on mute. Oh.
Sorry, all these years on Zoom, you think I'd know better. We support this. Disability Rights California supports this proposal for is needing for appropriate clarity.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
Okay. Thank you for those public comments. I'll look to Kevin and CBSC staff if any other written comments were submitted prior to the meeting.
No written comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that would then conclude public comment, and I will bring it back to the committee for discussion and or a motion on item 2-1? Janice, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I seem to have a lot of comments on these sections. Including housing facilities provided for students or employees. Why would that be different than putting under one place of lodging? I would just suggest moving, including housing provided for students, to put it, up on top, place of lodging. Because again, it is transient lodging. Unless you want to add, under number 10, including housing facilities provided for graduate students and faculty. I mean, some of this language is very specific, and we're rewriting a lot of stuff coming from the ADA. Anyway, thank you for the consideration.
Thanks, Janice. There additional discussion and or a motion? Dan?
Motion to approve as submitted.
We have a motion for approval as submitted by Mr. Kaiser of item 2-1. Is there a second? I'll second it. We have a motion and a second for the approval of item 2-1. Is there any further discussion on the item? Hearing none, Kevin, can you conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. David Field,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
No.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sumo.
Aye.
The vote is 6-1. Motion carries.
Item 2-1 has been approved. We will now move on to the last item in this first grouping, which was item 3-4. Which I believe is 3D under DSA tracking. So is there any committee discussion before we go to public comment? Okay, we will proceed to public comment. As mentioned before, we'll remind the public who wish to speak on item 3-4 to put yourself in the queue now using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 3-4?
There's one, pardon me, one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
Hello again. We support this as providing necessary clarification. Since you've stricken education entity and received public funds, if that is not there, I think it would stand alone without that phrase. We would also support further study just to clarify the public funds as a broad term, but we support this as a necessary clarification and to help provide more clarity about when specific provisions apply to public to make it clear when housing at a place of education is in fact covered as public housing, because it is clear that it is not limited to housing that is a public school. If it is any kind of housing that receives, in the broad sense of it, public assistance, it definitely would be considered public housing, as well as for the relevant provisions, as well as transient lodging. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. Is there any additional public comment?
There are no other hands raised.
CBSE staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No comments received, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for all the public comments, and that concludes the public comment portion. We can now move it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. And I see, Sue, you have your hand raised.
When I first went to DSA back in 2011, and we went through this whole issue of what triggered compliance with the 2010 ADA standards, I was schooled by two architects from Department of Justice, and they made it clear to me that under the 2010 standards, what you needed to look at are under the Americans with Disabilities Act. And I was told you need to read the act, that it actually applies to significant assistance. We worked diligently to get rid of this publicly funded, that was the terminology that was used in the California Building Code. So now we're putting that back in this definition, and it says in receipt of public funds. And it goes back to this definition, educational entity in receipt of public funds. And as we've already said, it's not only reliant on the receipt of public funds. In the Title VI legal manual that I mentioned before from the Civil Rights Division from US DOJ, they go into a little bit more clarity on that and go beyond what is just considered receipt of, what is considered assistance. So I have a problem with this. And again, I keep going back to this, and I really appreciate what everybody is trying to do and what DSA is trying to do. But I keep going back to this too, and the limitations of what AB 130 has put on all of this rulemaking. So anyway, that's my comments, and I just have an issue with saying in receipt of public funds.
Dan, I'll go to you before I comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think my question is actually going back to staff, and maybe Kevin can answer this, is that because of our earlier action, if DSA does not continue on with that previous definition that we disapproved, does this still stand with just that last few words removed? Or is it taken out in its entirety? What actually occurs because of our previous actions?
Dan, that's a good question. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, just a quick clarification. So the Code Advisory Committee is making recommendations ultimately to the building standards commissioners at the end of the cycle, but also to the agencies. So the proposing agency will either accept or disagree with the committee recommendations, set forth today in, when they continue with the rulemaking going into the 45-day public comment submittal. So, just kind of keep that in mind. One recommendation on a prior item, I guess doesn't necessarily negate, several later, it's a recommendation versus, what would actually happen at the commission level. So hopefully that helps clarify that.
Well,
Yeah.
Administratively, if DSA decides not to pursue the previous definition, will this just automatically be stricken then, language-wise? If, for example, we approve this section,
So to Kevin's point, Dan, I think that DSA would have the chance as part of the process to either disagree with our recommendation or make an amendment before it would go through the building standards process. So I think they could address it one way or the other. And what I was actually going to make a motion on based on that kind of ambiguity or kind of question you had is a motion for further study being required based on item 6 only because of the committee's prior action with regards to item 1-1.
But would you support the first part of this proposed addition, this comment, or private educational entity in receipt of public funds?
So I'm going to put the motion. I motion that we do it or make that we would send this item for further study based on item, as in previously mentioned, that was not approved under 1-1. If the committee wants to discuss further with regards to recommended language, if 1-1 remains or would be recommended for DSA to not be moved forward based on the comments received, I would leave that up to DSA, but committee can discuss further. But there is, I would say, a motion for further study being required based on criteria 6 of item 3-4.
Thank you.
So is there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll second that for you, Brad.
Okay, thank you, Dan. So it's been moved and seconded that item 3-4 be sent for further study being required as mentioned for 9-point criteria number 6 due to the committee's previous action on item 1-1. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? Janice, go ahead.
Just one thing on that, they've added for item 3 under there, homeless shelters, group homes, halfway homes, and similar social service center establishments. I know we're adding the word center to align it with what DOJ calls it, but this is not limited to public funding or public programs. It could be a private halfway house to group home without any kind of public or federal involvement, and it would still be under 233, 11B 233. So how we want to do that, I don't know, but I think this is really, really important.
So Janice, just to confirm, we're looking at item 3-4, which is DSA tracking number 3D.
Ask that again, please.
We are currently on 3-4, which is DSA tracking 3D is.
Oh, D. Okay. Yeah, I was on a different one.
No worries.
Yeah, well, it's also true for 3D because that has nothing to do with funding as well. It could be privately funded, or it could be publicly funded, or it could be federally funded. So this is under Title II and Title III of the DOJ, for the, under the implementing regulations. And I think there's a lot of confusion. I know when I talked with people at DOJ a number of years back, they know that they should have written more on all of this because there was a lot of confusion on it, but they didn't. And that's not going to happen anytime soon for those new things that they have added. But we're referring to 11B 233 as housing which has public funds. But there are different parts that DOJ says follows 233 regardless of the funding. And I think we need to capture that because that is a lot of confusion. It is under 11, Title III of the ADA. For housing in a place of education, it is on there for social service center establishment. And there was one other thing. But anyway, so it doesn't matter the funding on it. It would still be 233.
Janice, thank you. So the motion, again, we have a motion and a second for further study required. Trevor, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question first clarifying. We're on item 3D, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. So this definition references public entities, and it also references 28 Code of Federal Regulation, Part 35, which only apply to public entities. So the addition of private educational entities in subpart 5 would conflate Title II, which is public entities, with Title III, which is placed to public accommodations. And so it's going to be, this addition would be consistent with the first part of the definition that references Part 35 and public entities. Thank you.
Thanks, Trevor. DSA, we've had extensive conversation on item 3-4 and 1-1. There is a motion on the table for further study being required. Do you have any questions or do you understand the comments that are coming from the committee with regards to the concerns on these items, specifically on 3-4 at this time?
Yes, and we understand the concern about the word funds, and we can look at that in addition and see if we can clarify.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the table for item 3-4, further study required. There's no further discussion. Kevin, can you conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sumo,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
All right, item 3-4 has been approved as further study being required. DSA, we've done the first subgroup of 1-1, 1-2, 2-1, and 3-4. I'll turn it back over to you for the next subgroup.
Thank you. That is correct. The second subgroup are items 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, and 4-1. Items 3-1, 3-2, and 3-3 amend the definition to clarify the public housing examples listed to provide the appropriate application of scoping and technical requirements. Item 3-1 adds the word center to social service establishment for consistency in terminology throughout Chapter 11B. Item 3-2 removes transient lodging from the definition to reinforce the application of transient lodging requirements instead of public housing requirements. Item 3-3 adds employer provided housing to the definition, ensuring that public housing standards apply to facilities such as fire station dormitories and similar employer provided residences of a public entity. And item 4-1 moves defining language in 11B-224.8 to its appropriate location in Chapter 2, providing a new definition for social service center establishments. Amendments to these definitions provide clarity to the applicability of the code so that accessibility requirements align with federal law, regulations, and standards. And that concludes our subgroup 2.
All right. Thank you for that. As
Thank
was
you.
requested previously, we will go in order, starting with item 3-1. Before we go to public comment, was there any discussion on item 3-1? I'm sorry. Okay. Seeing no discussion at this time, we'll move item 3-1 for public comment. I remind the public who wish to speak on item 3-1 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature on Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 3-1?
There's one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
Yes, this is Dara Schur, and we support this proposal. Provides necessary clarification and for all the reasons DSA says and that we said in our letter, we support this proposal.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
CVSC staff, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So thank you for those public comments. And that would conclude the public comment portion. At this time, we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and motion on item 3-1. Dan, you have your hand raised first.
This is Dan Kaiser. Motion to approve item 3-1 as submitted.
We have a
Second.
motion. I'm sorry, who was the second?
Arfaraz.
We have a motion and a second for approval by Mr. Kaiser and Arfaraz Kambata on item 3-1 for approval. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? And it appears there is from Janice.
Again, this is limiting it to if there is a public entities program. And social service center establishments are not only part of a public program. So I have no problem with adding the word center there because we're aligning language. But as I said before, I don't want to see certain things, you know, just because what happens if we have a social service center or establishment done by a private entity? It is not 11A, it is 11B, even if it has no public funds. I don't know how to say it clearer.
Thank you, Janice. Any additional discussion by the committee? Seeing none, we will now conduct the roll call vote. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
No, unless there's modifications.
David Field,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sue Mo.
Aye.
The vote is 6-1, motion carries.
Item 3-1 has been approved, recommended for approval. We will now move on to item 3-2. Any discussion by the committee before we go to public comment? See a couple of hands raised. Would you, well, let's go to the public comment first, Sue and Dan. So we are on item 3-2. Remind the public who wishes to speak on the item to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please do so. State your name clearly and who you represent. Laura, do we have any commenters on item 3-2?
Yes, there is one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
DRC supports this proposal. We think it provides some clarification that's helpful. Not all transient lodging is public housing. So I think it's helpful to move that definition also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other public hands raised.
Kevin, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting?
No written comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. We'll now move it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. Item 3-2. Sue, go ahead.
One of the things couple things when I took a look at this code change proposal, and I understand what we're trying to focus on is public housing, but we've also talked a lot about a Title II entities and their program services and activities. So when it talks about transient lodging, such as hotels, motels, hostels, and other facilities, providing accommodations of a short-term nature of more than 30 days duration, there are a couple of state parks that come to mind that do offer transient lodging at their state parks. One is the Asilomar State Beach and Conference Grounds. The other one is the hostels at Pigeon Point Lighthouse. So I don't see the harm in leaving transient lodging, such as hotels, motels, hostels, and other facilities in this definition. And the other thing is, if for whatever reason you decide that you want to get rid of this item in the definition, it shows that it would be replaced with the term reserved. The use of the term reserved in Chapter 11B, the intent of that was to show that that was a section that was in the 2010 ADA standards that was not adopted by the Division of the State Architect. So if for whatever reason this code change proposal does move forward, I would recommend that instead you just renumber this section and not use that term reserved, because then somebody will look at that and think, oh, I'm going to take a look at that in comparison to the 2010 ADA standards, so I can see, what isn't adopted by the Division of the State Architect. And especially because you're not going to find this definition in the 2010 standard. So basically, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Dan, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to hear more of a discussion from staff as behind this, because I realize that this laundry list here are nothing more than examples of, quote, public housing. I hope they're not trying to say that transient lodging facilities, if they were publicly funded, are no longer public. Or if they're short-term stay and publicly funded, that they're not subject to requirements. Anyway, I would like to hear more discussion from staff as to justifying that they're not removing transient lodging, not removing short-term stays as not considered as public. Does
Thanks,
that make
Dan.
sense?
Yep. Before we go to DSA for a response on that, was there any other discussion by the committee? Okay. DSA, would you like to provide a response to Dan's question?
Yes, we would. Thank you, Dan, for asking it. Under the ADA, when a Title II entity provides transient lodging, such as the examples that Sue gave, they are considered public accommodations, and they follow the public accommodation requirements under the ADA, not the public housing requirements. So we are removing transient lodging from public housing because when a Title II entity provides transient lodging, it's a place of public accommodation, and it still falls under that definition. Oh, and if I may, we will work with the Building Standards Commission on the numbering of these items, since there were several. So yes, Sue, we will make sure the list is properly ordered.
Thank you for that. Is there any other discussion by the committee, or do we have a motion on the table? Dan, go ahead.
Motion to approve as submitted.
I'll go ahead and second. That's R for us. Kambata.
We have a motion for approval of item 3-2. Is there any further discussion? Sue?
Yeah, I understand, DSA's position and what they're talking about. But there is some confusion out there, because in there's a technical assistance manual that was provided by Department of Justice, and basically says, if you are a Title II entity and you enter into a contract with a Title III entity, they both have their responsibilities for complying with the act. My concern is that sometimes people have a confusion and they would say, oh, okay, so this is actually transient lodging. I can take a look at that. Here's my obligation under what's required because I'm not a public entity. But there are other things that go along with the provision of providing for transient lodging. Is the website accessible for people who want to book a room? So if we're talking about the act and what's required by the standards, yes, this is a place of public accommodation. But what I see here is that there's no harm in leaving it in this definition. And it might provide a little bit of that clarity when there is a contract between a Title II and a Title III entity when to operate these transient lodging facilities.
Thank you, Sue. Before I see Ida, your hand, is there any other discussion? Okay, Ida, go ahead.
Thank you, Ida Claire, State Architect. First of all, response to Sue's comment, while her comment is technically or legally correct, the building code does not address other elements that are outside of the building, scope of the building, i.e. websites. Number two, in our stewardship of the building code, for definitions, the definitions are used as foundation in the application of the scoping and technical requirements. And so our definition does not capture all the requirements of law. Our definitions are supposed to set the stage and correct interpretation of the scoping and building requirements. In fact, the building code states that. So if an item is not defined, you would go to a collegiate dictionary. But if an item is defined, it sets the stage in correct application of the scoping and technical provisions in Chapter 11B. And so we are not saying that entities like state parks is not, the transient lodging at those is not public housing. Technically, what we're stating is when we include that in the definition, it sends awry the application of the scoping and technical provisions in the code. And that's what we're trying to maintain, is the integrity of correct interpretation with the basis of the definition. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor for approval of item 3-2. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll go to the roll call vote. Kevin, can you please conduct the vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. David Field,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
Bill Zomer,
Aye.
Sue Mo.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Item 3-2 has been recommended for approval. Moving along to item 3-3. Any committee discussion before we go to public comment? All right. We will proceed to, Sue, do you mind if I go to public comment?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah,
Okay.
that, no
Do
problem.
that, and I see your hand and Trevor's. So we're gonna go to public comment on item 3-3. This time, I'd like to remind the public who wishes to speak on the item to put yourself in the queue now by raising your hand. In Zoom, if you'd identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 3-3? It looks like we have at least one ready right now.
There is one raised hand. Go ahead, Dara.
Disability Rights California supports this provision as providing necessary clarification when certain employee housing is in fact public housing. And we think it is a very helpful definition for clarity and falls within the 18942A21A, allowing proposals to proceed for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other public hands raised.
Okay. Kevin, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No written comments, Mr. Chair.
That concludes the public comment portion. We'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. Sue, you were first, and then we can go to Trevor if he still has a comment. Go ahead, Sue.
So we've had a lot of discussion on the HUD 504 regulations and the use of the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards and, you know, the different exceptions that HUD says, you know, that they feel UFAS is more stringent. One of the things that I wrote up in my comments, and I had discussions with HUD about this and took a look at the scoping provisions in UFAS. So taking a look at this, and specifically I'm thinking of fire station dormitories. One of the things that isn't captured in any of these code change proposals, and which you always look at, what number of dwelling units triggers the requirements to comply with either the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards or HUD 504. So if you look at HUD 504, it's 5 or more units. If you look at UFAS, depending on if it's multifamily housing, it's 2 or more units. So I think the issue is with some of these code changes, And especially, like I said, thinking about fire stations, CAL FIRE builds forest fire stations throughout California. Some of these fire stations, like in Nevada City or east of Fresno, are on very hilly sites, hilly terrain. They'll have a dormitory building that's basically like a big house. And the firefighters need to go from that dormitory building down to where their equipment sheds are. So I take a look at this and I'm thinking, okay, that is basically one large dwelling unit. If you are going to require compliance with the HUD 504 regulations and with uniform federal accessibility standards that says that employee workstations are required to be accessible, to me, that without including those scoping provisions, this is going to put some restrictions on those fire station facilities that is going to be very stringent, and in some cases is going to be very difficult for them to comply with. So I understand the need for this. I think it's a good clarification, because, you know, when you take a look at the definition, housing facilities constructed or altered by, for, or on behalf of a public entity, I think some people overlook that and they just go and say, well, that's a public entity's program to provide housing. But I think the issue that I have with some of these proposals, it's lacking the basics of what number of dwelling units triggers compliance. And that has not been included in the overall code change proposals. So that's my comment.
Thanks, Sue. Dan?
Thank you. My question goes to, I don't know what staff housing for a public institution means. Those aren't definitions that are defined in the code, that aren't defined in the ADA, really aren't defined unless you break them apart in any dictionary. Put them all together, and I don't know what staff housing at a public institution is. Is staff only employees? Is staff contract employees? Visitors? What encompasses this? I like the overall concept of this. This is long overdue for clarity. I'm just concerned about the language itself and how do I apply this? Thank you.
Before we go to DSA to see if there's a response, is there any other committee discussion on this item? DSA, would you like to provide a response to Mr. Kaiser's comment?
Well, I understand that last little bit of phrase may be unsettling, but I think when taken in its entirety, we're adding employer provided housing for an employee or an employee and their family members, either temporary or permanent, to the definition of public housing. So what we're saying is, if it's provided by a public entity, by, for, or on behalf of a public entity, it's public housing.
Thank you. Dan, additional comment?
Yes, again, staff is even focusing on the idea of employees. And I'm not sure that, for example, I'm a frequent visitor to facilities like this as an outside consultant. I'm not an employee. I'm not under any long-term contracts. Is this only intended for employees and their families?
Thanks, Dan. Is there any additional comments from the committee, or do we have a motion? Sue, go ahead.
I think Dan makes a good point with that. Going back to CAL FIRE and the way that they operate their program, one of the things that they do, and I don't know that they're necessarily an employee, depending on some of the inmates and how they want to rehabilitate themselves once they're leaving the whatever institution they've been incarcerated in. They have a program at CAL FIRE where they can actually be trained to be firefighters. I don't know that they're an employee of the state. I mean, like I said, they've been incarcerated and they're finding a way to rehabilitate themselves. So I don't know that they would be considered an employee.
Sounds like, Sue, your comment is related to, similar to Dan's. With that, do we have a motion for item 3-3? Go ahead, Dan.
I'm going to make a motion to approve as submitted, and let staff work out the bugs long term, because I think this is needed in its entirety. It just needs to be tweaked.
We have a motion for approval of item 3-3. Do we have a second?
This is David Field, all second.
Motion by Mr. Kaiser, second by Mr. Field for approval of item 3-3 with as submitted with some comments from the committee. At this time, Kevin, can you please go to the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sue Mo,
Yeah, I'll say aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Item 3-3 has been recommended for approval by the committee unanimously. We will now move on to item 4-1. It's the last item in this grouping before we go to lunch. And I'm going to go straight to public comment for item 4-1. For those that want to go ahead and provide a comment on item 4-1, please put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 4-1?
There is one raised hand. Go ahead, Dara.
This is Dara Scher, Disability Rights California. We support this proposal. We think it provides some additional clarity. There is currently no definition of social service center establishment, and that provides a great deal of confusion when it's referenced as in the codes. And I believe that this definition is a good one, picks up the aligns with the requirements of the ADA and also aligns with other codes. I believe it falls within the exceptions to AB 130 for clarity and necessary federal standards. This is fairly comprehensive. It doesn't answer every question, but it is a great deal better than no definition. So we support it. Thank you.
There are no other public hands raised.
Thank you for those public comments. CBSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No additional comments submitted.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, and we will bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. Mr. Kaiser.
I actually have a number of concerns with this. The ADA has a very succinct, simple definition for social service center establishments without all the additions that we're trying to add here. Some of which I'm kind of, I guess, throwing it back to staff for one question is, why do group homes have to be licensed? what constitutes medical care? If we apply a Band-Aid, is it no longer a social service center establishment? I mean, some of the language here, short or long-term sleeping accommodations or housing. Well, what's the difference between the sleeping accommodation or housing? It seems like we're trying to, again, reinvent the wheel when one simple little, what is it? It's all included in one sentence under the ADA for social service center establishments. So I think I need some real help from staff as to why we're trying to muddle up a simple definition. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I'll give DSA a chance to respond, but let's go to Sue first.
I understand Dan's concern. What I found in doing some research on social service center establishments, there are hundreds of letters that you'll find in Department of Justice in their FOIA, their Freedom of Information Act, their reading room. And it's questions that have come in over the years related to once the 1991 ADAG and the 2010 standards became effective. And they've addressed different types of social service center establishments. They've also said, you know, it's not dependent on the amount of services provided. So they go into a little bit more detail in those technical assistance letters. So I think I have some concern as well, like, you know, as was stated by Dan, that it's really, you know, if you, again, it goes back to the ADA and the application of that overall program. I think it's a good idea to develop a definition, but I don't know if you want to take like a second look at some of those answers that Department of Justice gave to people who are asking about social service center establishments and exactly what that means. Like I said, they're all in those letters on the FOIA and their reading room, Department of Justice reading room.
Thanks, Sue. We'll go to DSA to respond.
Thank you. So with this definition, we are proposing to take defining language out of 11B-224.8 and move it into an actual definition for clarity, and also because it is more appropriate to have a definition in Chapter 2. And the definition is intended to align with ADA. We've cited the sections in our statement of reasons, so I won't do that again. But it does, by having a definition in the definitions section of the code, what it does is allow the rest of the code to point to where to go. Without a definition, operators of such social service center establishments don't even know to go to 11B-224.8. They don't even get there. So this definition at least starts that path, that code compliance path.
Thanks. Before we go back to Dan, Janice, go ahead.
Just 2 comments on it. I mean, if we're listing off all these different types of social services, you know, it'd be like people being released from jail in homes where they transition from jails, prisons, out to back in life. The other thing is, I think it would be quite helpful here to put that it could either be publicly or privately funded. And again, the reason why I'm harping on this is we're pointing to 233, which we're talking about public funds, and that would put us in a certain area, depending on whether we're talking about HUD steaming notice or otherwise. But social service center establishments can either be privately or publicly funded.
Thanks, Janice. Dan, back to you.
Thank you. I do appreciate staff's response, and that just reaffirms my earlier comments of why we're trying to muddle up the previously established definition. What you have in 11B 224.8 is the definition that's in the ADA. Based on your rationale, why can't we just take that language and put it in Chapter 2? That would eliminate all of this other questions of, can I use a Band-Aid and still be called non-medical? Why does a care facility have to be, a group home have to be licensed versus non-licensed to determine? And I don't think that's quite kosher there either. So again, rather than trying to expand the definition that's already established, if you want to expand it, look at the court cases out there as it was previously mentioned. But I think what you have in 224.8 is perfect. Let's put that in Chapter 2. With that, I'm going to make a motion for further study, and we'll let staff determine what's best for the state.
And Dan, your 9-point criteria?
6. It's confusing.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor for further study required with 9-point criteria 6 of item 4-1.
Bill Zelmer, I second.
We have a motion and a second that item 4-1 be sent for further study. Is there additional discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none. Kevin, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sumo.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Item 4-1 has been recommended for approval unanimously by the committee. That concludes the first grouping of items. At this time would be it would be a good time to take a break. Yes, Kevin?
Do you want to restate that, Chair?
Yes, item 4-1 was unanimously recommended for further study.
Thank you.
Based on Health and Safety Code 9-point criteria, item 6.
And then I think you need a motion for the whole.
Will
Not
we
yet?
take the entire
Okay,
the
sorry.
entire DSA grouping at the end, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So with that, we can go ahead and break for lunch. Kevin, do we normally take 30?
Yeah, 30 to 45 at the pleasure of the chair and the committee.
Committee, based on our progress so far, can we come back at 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we will take a break until 1 p.m.
Thanks, everyone. See you soon.
Thank you.
What provision they're in? Aren't they all scoped to the same number of units? But under the CDC, 11B, so it doesn't really matter if another regulation or FHA has a different regulation. It falls within the CDC. They take 5%, right? Okay, but I'm actually talking not about the percentage of accessible units. I'm talking about in order to be covered by the Fair Housing Act, you have to have a certain number of units. In order to be covered by ADA, sorry, I was not making myself clear.
Dara, just wanted to let you know that you are not mute on the meeting.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter, wouldn't 11, whatever 11B says is the scoping, I guess they're saying we can't apply 11B scoping if higher, if UFES is a minimum of 5, we can't apply 3. Okay. Okay. All right, well, we'll have to figure that out. I think yeah, I don't remember. Well, all right. Well, several of these are coming back for further study, which will give us an opportunity to clarify them, and others just went through. But we haven't hit the tough ones yet. So it's going to be a really difficult. Sue Mo keeps saying, why do we have to do this? We don't have to do this. We just look at all the federal standards. We don't have to incorporate it. And I keep going, well, 54459 says you have to adopt UFAS standards, and that's what they're doing. And people just keep ignoring it. So I think it's going to be a tough one. But we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I just was trying to clarify that one thing in my mind. So yeah, well, I'll keep you posted. But that was one that I thought maybe I could put to rest, but I couldn't. So, and some of these concerns about the ones they're sending back for further study, I think are right. I mean, it's not the best drafted, right? So, all righty. Thank you. I'll let you get on with your day. Bye. Oh, well, safe travels. Bye.
All right, Kevin, it is 1 o'clock. Does it appear that we have a quorum to get started again, or should we give it another minute?
Let me check, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Miss. Can you repeat that, Kevin?
I think we might need another minute, if that's okay.
Okay. Yep.
Thanks.
Hi, can you make me a co-host again? This is Hope, the interpreter, one of the interpreters. I changed computers.
Yes, we will in just a moment, Hope. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks.
Excuse me, I heard I might be being paged and Ida Claire is here. Is that accurate? Were you calling for me or no?
No, I think we're just waiting for a couple more committee members to
Got
return.
it. My colleague was saying, they were saying your name. So just like, okay, thank
False
you.
alarm.
Okay, thanks.
No worries. Okay, Mr. Chair, it looks like we have quorum. I think we're just waiting on maybe one more.
Okay, we can go ahead and get started. If DSA is ready to present, it appears we have a grouping of several items. I don't know if you have these into subgroups like the last one, but we will go ahead and resume the meeting at 1:02 and get started with DSA's presentation on the next items.
You unmuted? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Again, my name is Michelle Davis. I'm supervising architect with the Division of the State Architect. Our next group of proposals are intended to align the California Building Code with the United States Department of Justice Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Section 504 regulations, and its adopted standard, the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standard, or UFAS. On May 23rd, 2014, HUD issued in Federal Register 5784-N-01 a statement regarding the use of the 2010 ADA standards for accessible design, also known as the 2010 ADAS, to achieve compliance with Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which uses UFAS as its adopted standards. This notice is known as the HUD Deeming Notice, and it identifies specific provisions in the 2010 ADAS that provide less accessibility than is required by UFAS and Section 504. DSA undertook significant analysis of the deeming notice, conferring with multiple HUD staff members and attorneys. Additionally, application of HUD's Section 504 regulations was clarified in 2024 in the Access Living of Metropolitan Chicago versus City of Chicago case, which confirms that when an entity is a recipient of federal financial assistance, even though some of its activities may not receive federal funds, the entity's overall housing program must still comply with Section 504 and UFAS. Compliance is required by both projects and programs receiving federal financial assistance. The state of California receives federal financial assistance, which is then redistributed to various housing programs that are both state and local and require all entities involved to comply with Section 504 and UFAS. It is unlikely that any public housing program within the state is exempt. Incorporating compliance with these federal regulations into the state building code is essential for DSA to meet its authority in Government Code Section 12955.1, subsection C, which states, quote, if particular federal regulations provide greater protections than state regulations, then those federal regulations shall apply, unquote. The first proposed, I apologize. So we are now looking at the grouping in the proposed group items, numbers 5-1, all of 16, which is 16-1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7, -8, -9, and -10. So 16 in our DSA's attachment A is divided into 16A and 16B, but we'll discuss it all within this group. We are also looking at item numbers 6-1, 9-1, 8-1, 8-2, 10-2, which is DSA item number 10B, 20-1, 11-1, and 11-2, and 12-1. If the committee is okay, I will proceed with brief summaries of these items. Or would you prefer to discuss separately?
I think based on the previous request by Mr. Kaiser, and I think it was Ms. Moe, we'll do these individually. But if you can proceed, I guess, with item 5-1 to start.
Okay. Item number 5 is a change that is necessary to clarify the requirements for alterations and additions to public housing facilities. The current language points only to changes that are undertaken within individual dwelling units and not to existing CBC sections covering alterations and additions in general. This proposed item is necessary as a clarification, even if the remaining proposals in this group are not adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we, again, are on item 5-1. Before we go to the committee, we will open this up for public comment. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 5-1 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you would like to identify yourself, please do so. State your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 5-1?
We have one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
Dara Scher, Disability Rights California. We support this proposal for two reasons. One, I think it's necessary to provide clarification. And two, it does bring us into compliance with UFAS. And let me, I'll try and clarify something. State statute requires compliance with UFAS. If it provides greater accessibility standards. There's a minimum standard according to 4459 and also the statute that DSA just cited. Whether other agencies adopt UFAS or not, we are obligated to include it under state law when it provides greater accessibility. People have concerns that it's old. Well, it may be old, but it still provides greater accessibility. And that is the goal here. HUD's guidance on this, their deeming memo, is helpful, not because we need to comply with HUD, but because it sets out under 504 what an interpretation of UFAS that makes it clear which sections exceed accessibility beyond the ADA and which ones don't. And so using that as a guide, the department was correct in adopting the deeming provisions as a way of bringing, of harmonizing the requirement to adopt the higher UFAS standards in those specific areas with still complying with the ADA wherever that is not providing less accessibility. It is important under 504 to be compliant, and it is correct that it is very difficult to imagine any kind of subsidized or public housing being built in California that doesn't come with funds from a government agency, and almost every government agency gets federal funding. So they would all be covered in one way or another by UFAS regulations. But regardless, the state statute requires compliance with UFAS. And therefore, it is appropriate to reconcile these, harmonize the 2010 standards and UFAS in those few areas which have been identified by the department as providing greater accessibility. This is consistent with the state's obligations under Section 504 and the Rehab Act to ensure that they're in compliance with that. It's also consistent with the state statutes requiring compliance with UFAS. And since these are necessary minimum standards, they fall within the exception under 18942A2F for accessibility provisions necessary to comply with minimum federal accessibility standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
We have another hand raised. Mr. Caprarelli.
John, are you there?
Well, he had his hand raised and now it's not raised.
No additional public comments, Laura?
No other hands. Oh, there, his hand's up again.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, let me push the button allow to speak. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the box to unmute. Thank you. My name is John Caparelli. I'm the building official for the city of Santa Clarita. I'm also a member of the California Building Officials Access Code Committee. And these proposed amendments to include the provisions from the Section 504 regulations into Chapter 11B are an overreach. These would not comply with the changes to state law under Assembly Bill 130. The reason for that is the public housing projects that are subject to 504 do need to comply with the 504 regulations. But what I just heard said a couple of times was that we believe that almost all public housing programs are subject to 504. Not all public housing programs are subject to Section 504 regulations. There are public housing programs that are not subject to 504. And so by just blanket placing all of the 504 regulations into Chapter 11B, this would require all of those public housing projects, which would not otherwise be subject to these more restrictive federal regulations. All those projects now have to comply with these more restrictive regulations. The intent of Assembly Bill 130 and the letter of the law is to not subject housing projects to more restrictive regulations. Now, look, I'm a big advocate for people with disabilities. I'm very proud to be a part of the CalBO committee. I'm proud to enforce the code well and make sure that we provide for people with disabilities, no doubt. But I also understand that we are living in a state that is subject to a housing crisis. I mean, we have a crisis in housing supply here in California. And to broad brush this and pull all of the UFAS regs into 11B is not going to comply with Assembly Bill 130, and it is going to subject housing projects to more restrictive and costly requirements. And so that is my concern. Now, I do believe that if we don't do this, if we don't place these regulations in Chapter 11B, there's no reason why these can't still be enforced when appropriate. So, for example, I would point you to Section 11B 233.3, which has a note for senior housing. I'm sure you're all familiar with this. When a public housing project is also senior housing, there's a very convenient note in the code which refers code users to the special requirements for senior housing in Civil Code Sections 51, 2, 3, and 4. I don't understand why we can't simply do the same thing for the 504 regulations in our Chapter 11B, a simple note which notifies code users that if the project is subject to 504, it needs to meet the more restrictive requirements in the deeming notice. And to me, that would solve this. The other
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. The other concern that I have is how this is being implemented. I'll throw one example out. The scoping sections of the federal 504 regulations are only triggered at 5 units. Less than 5 units, the 504 regs don't apply. But I see nothing in this proposal which addresses that. So what if I have a small public housing project that only involves 4 units? Well, now I'm putting these more restrictive and costly requirements on that project. And I could go on. There's plenty of examples as we go forward as to how these proposed amendments are not adequately implementing the 504 scoping and technical regulations. I'm nonetheless opposed to putting them in Chapter 11B. I think this can much more elegantly and easily be handled with a simple note. I think we are going to run aground on AB 130 with this. And it could be easily argued that this is a violation of that new code.
Time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate your comments. Is there any additional public comments?
There are no other hands raised. Dara's hand has gone back up.
Does she have time remaining, I believe?
There was in her time, there's maybe a minute left.
Okay, Dara, you have a minute. Go ahead.
I just want to note that we have to pay attention to AB 4459, which requires compliance with UFAS, independent of coverage of a particular property. That is a minimum accessibility standard under California law, and that is why UFAS has to be incorporated and why it meets the exemption. Thank you.
Sure.
There are no other hands raised.
All right. Thank you for those public comments, Dara and John. Staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a reminder back to the comment from constituent Dan Miller addressing, generally addressing a majority of the DSA proposal. And in summary, he asserts the proposals don't meet the intent of AB 130 and exceed DSA authority with emphasis on Government Code Section 12955.1. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. So that would then conclude the public comment portion. We'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. R. Faraz, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering if we could get clarification from staff on the rationale behind this. I was in my read of DSA statement of reasons, it says that California has more restrictive requirements for passive travel improvements. Is it the objective then for this amendment to make the California code requirements less restrictive and align with federal accessibility requirements? That's question one. And then the verbiage in the new exception one, the question on that is the existing language is specific to residential dwelling units. And it references section 11B233.3.4.2, whereas here the proposed exception one will now read additions to public housing facilities. And could that potentially also include common use areas within that facility? And is it the intent to include common use areas, in a public housing facility in addition to residential dwelling units as part of this amendment? Thank you.
DSA, would you like to answer the comments from R for us?
Yes, thank you. So first, I'd like to state that increasing access does not always increase cost. In fact, there are times when it decreases cost. So I think that is a myth. And DSA is directed by Government Code Section 12955.1 to align with UFAS. In fact, the statute states that if the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development determines that any portion of the state regulations are not equivalent to federal standards, the federal standards shall, as to those portions, apply to the design and construction of covered multifamily dwellings until the state regulations are brought into compliance with the federal standards. HUD has already determined that there are certain portions of the ADA standards that are not in compliance with HUD's adopted UFAS regulations. That's what the deeming notice is about. So therefore, statute is directing DSA to align those regulations. The ADA standards do not address path of travel improvements for residential facilities. When exception one was pointed in the CBC, when exception 1 to 11B-202.4 was inserted pointing to section 11B-233.3.4.2, that was in error. It only pointed to the residential units themselves, and there is no pointer to the existing sections above for those common use areas, excuse me. So yes, the intent is to point to requirements for common use areas when alterations and additions are undertaken to public housing facilities. I think this adequately answers the questions. If you have any more, happy to answer.
We have two other committee members with their hands raised, so let's go. Dan, I see your hand up next.
Thank you. I'm not sure the question that was posed by the public, by the building officials, which is also on my list. By bringing this in the way we did here, we are far exceeding the UFAS and HUD requirements, simply just in, for example, the buildings that that this may be applicable to. You know, in California, we've always had a higher standard of dealing with apartments of three or more, as an example. Well, HUD, that doesn't apply. You know, it doesn't apply till you hit five. So, you know, it was correctly interpreted by the building officials, and I still haven't heard a response from staff. It appears that we are far more stringent than what UFAS is. And you know, I understand the premise, and I agree we need to bring UFAS in as a matter of law. But we've gone up and above that, which I think is a clear violation of AB 130. So I'm dying to hear more from staff. Thank you.
Janice, go ahead.
I like one of the suggestions that was made before. I think that was John Caparelli who made it. We do need to, for housing, we would need to comply with that civil rights law, where we have to implement UFAS if there is any federal funds, which, you know, all cities get some kind of federal funds, so does the state, so therefore we would have to incorporate it. What I am wondering is, rather than repeating the whole law and trying to integrate it, can't we put a note in section 233 that if the housing project receives any kinds of public funds or public programming, it would also need to comply with HUD's deeming notice of whatever that date was, 2/14, 2/15, of the 12 or 13 exceptions where it doesn't comply with ADA. What I like about that idea of putting a note in, just the way for senior housing, we have it in 11A, although a lot of people, you know, don't pay attention to go into the UNRU Act. We should also have that in 11B. But what I like about the note is that we can explicitly say that if the housing project has any kind of public funds, then also implement HUD's deeming notice. And if you want, you can repeat the, you know, whatever it is, a dozen exceptions to the ADA. And the reason why I think it is a good idea is that we have, in reference, because of ADA, what I've said before, 2 or 3 other types of buildings that tell us to implement 233, but they may not have any public funds. We still would need to implement 233. So if we just holistically made 233 integrate UFAS into it, now we have a lot of clarifications to do for those types of facilities that don't have any public funds. But I think a note, I mean, let me put it this way, who implements this? It's building officials, it's architects. They should know how to read code. They should know how to do this. And if we note it, that if you have any kind of public funds for the housing projects, you know, implement HUD steaming notice. Anyway, I think that would be a much simpler approach, because otherwise we're going to have to backtrack a lot of the stuff out that we're putting in to 233 for projects that don't have any public funds that still are pointed to 233 because of Title III of ADA. And that kind of thing is housing in a place of education. There's no public funds and it's not for a public school. It could be a private off campus with no kinds of programs with the school, and I've seen those. Or it could be, you know, anyway, any of this. I don't need to go through that again. I've said it before, but I just think that that might be a good way of going. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Janice. Eric, I see your hands raised.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, I want to say I apologize for not being present in the, Eric Drever, Principal Architect, Division of the State Architect. Again, I want to apologize for not being present earlier in the meeting. Some travel beyond my control delayed my joining. Truly appreciate staff doing an excellent job to this point. I want to hit on one item that was mentioned by public comment, John, and that these proposals are not in alignment with AB 130. AB 130 does allow in the intervening cycle regulations that are conforming for the purpose of conforming and clarity. And then further, item F of 18942, Health and Safety Code 1942, indicates that building standards are allowed, which are necessary to incorporate the updates to accessibility requirements that align with minimum federal standards, accessibility laws, and regulations. So in that way, these proposals that are in alignment with the with HUD requirements in section 504 for UFAS, we are in alignment with those minimum federal accessibility standards. And then beyond that, I just wanted to maybe refocus us a little bit. I know we're talking a lot in broad context right now. Maybe remind ourselves, and maybe it's just me, which particular item we're addressing right now?
We're on item 5-1.
Okay, all right, thank you. And that's the extent of my comment. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Eric. Any additional comments or discussion by the committee? Arfaraz, go ahead.
Thank you. So maybe this is just me, and please, if my colleagues in the committee or staff can help me understand what if this goes into effect, would that mean that any kind of alteration or addition to a public housing facility will no longer require a primary entrance to be upgraded to comply with code as required by 11B 202.4?
Arfaraz, let's see if DSA can answer that for you. I don't know, Eric or staff there, Michelle.
Yes, currently, the CBC does not require, or it is unclear that the CB requires a building entrance to be accessible when an alteration is undertaken. That's why the pointing solely to the units is a problem. We want to point to the section above that is overarching for alterations and additions. So this is for clarity, and yes, the entrance would need to be accessible with these proposals.
Maybe it's just post-lunch and my brain's just not kickstarted. So help me out here, okay? Are we saying that currently, under the current code, a primary entrance to a public housing facility does not need to be upgraded as part of an alteration to a public housing facility under current code?
I'm saying under current code, it's very unclear. DSA has received multiple inquiries about whether or not 11B-202.4 applies to the common use areas of residential facilities, because exception 1 currently only points to the units, and there is no pointer to the other portions of 11B-233.3.3 and .4. So this is to clarify where to go for the required improvements when an alteration or addition is undertaken.
Which goes, Michelle, to the next items, all contained within item 16.1 through 16.10, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Sue, let's go to you. Looks like you've had your hand raised.
Yeah, a couple things. For one, like we said before, there's issues that the starting point for the number of applicable units, and there's a difference between HUD 504 and there's a difference in UFAS. for where you start. In my conversations with Rex Pace, one of the things that I asked him, I said, how come there's a difference in the HUD 504 regs as opposed to UFAS? He said, we did that intentionally in the HUD 504 regulations because he said, when they saw or were aware of a lot of these small infill projects where maybe you only had 4 units. And he said, that's why they put the number at 5, because yes, you know, you say that when you look at accessibility, that there isn't, you should not include the financial obligation, but he said they didn't want to kill projects like that because that's why they started at 5 or more units. Nowhere in these provisions did I see anything that addressed the scoping. The other thing is, and I talked to attorneys from Department of Justice and also to John Wodach about this, and in that statement of interest, and this is the access living of metropolitan Chicago versus the city of Chicago, because I asked John Wodach, I said, well, what does that mean? Then what does that do? Does that negate the ADA and the 2010 standards if you read through this and everything has to comply with HUD 504 and UFAS? And if you take a look at that particular statement of interest and subnote 24, it says, well, the city's administration of the program as a whole must comply with section 504. How the architectural standards apply may differ for developments that receive federal financial assistance and developments that only received non-federal funding or tax credits. Because the other question that comes up all the time, are tax credits federal financial assistance? And John said, no, they're not, because they're not considered a contractual agreement. I understand that when you take a look at UFAS and you take a look at the requirements for when you do an alterations, and it does talk about alterations or additions when you're looking at existing facilities. The other thing, when I talked to Rex Pace, we talked about the trigger date and what you have to take a look at when you're doing those alterations. And I'm trying to go from my memory, I believe it was July 1988. So I asked him about that. I said, okay, why did you apply that trigger date? And he said their concern was older housing facilities, it would be very difficult to, when they do alterations, to make those comply. So he said that's why they also permit technical and feasibility. So going back to the points that I've made before, and I talked to both John Wodach and Rex Pace about this, and they said, looking at all these different acts, the Architectural Barriers Act, the Rehab Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Fair Housing Act, and trying to figure out how you align and incorporate all that and put it into a building code, and especially with the different federal agencies and how they provide their funding. They said it's a very complicated issue, and I don't know, I understand what DSA is trying to do and what they're basing their information on, but I think this needs, all these different provisions need further study and further investigation. And the other thing, you know, you keep talking about 12.955.1 and then 4450 and 4459. Well, 12.955.1, that's specifically talks about covered multifamily dwellings, the Fair Housing Act. That's where DSA gets its authority to write the regulations for public housing. So I think even when you take a look at the government code and some of these different provisions, there is conflict between those government codes as to what DSA can actually do. So those are my concerns. So I think all of these proposals really need some really significant thought to figure out what we're doing with this and exactly what the implications are going to be with some of these code changes. So that's my thoughts.
Thanks, Sue. So at this time, if there's no other further discussion by the committee, we would be at the point of a motion. We'll entertain a motion on 5-1. Go ahead, Dan.
I'm going to take a stab here, and for discussion purposes, because I think we need some more, is I'm going to make a motion to disapprove this entire section 5-1 through 5 or through 16-10.
Dan, since we haven't heard the presentation on 16-110.
Oh, I thought we had. Oh, I'm
No,
sorry. I thought we had.
They did 5-1. They did an overview on terms of their connection, but not on the others yet.
Okay.
But depending on how this goes, we might tie these two together.
Fine. Then let me rephrase this, because this is the only one I do like. I'll make a motion to approve 5-1 as submitted.
We have a motion by Mr. Kaiser for approval of item 5-1. Do we have a second?
This is Janice Kent. I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second for approval of item 5-1. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Kevin, can you conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Arfaraz Kambata,
No.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Sumo,
No.
Daniel Kaiser,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Janice Kent, you there, Janice?
Yes.
Thank you. David Field.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 5-2. Motion carries.
Item 5-1 is approved or recommended for approval as submitted on a vote of 5-2. Mr. Kaiser, were you suggesting that 16-1 through 16-10 be considered as a group based on your previous motion?
Yes, because these are the specific changes that I believe are up and above what UFAS intends, and California should not be jumping into this. We're not losing anything. I think we need to keep that in mind, is that we're not losing anything. Code users are still going to, if they're publicly funded facilities, they're still going to refer to UFAS. And they're still going to refer to the deeming notice if it's applicable or if that's the direction they're going. So we're not losing anything. All we're doing is slowing down the process of, do we really need to bring UFAS in its entirety into the code, and what ramifications will be caused by that? That's all I'm suggesting here. So that's why I'm recommending disapproval of items 16-1 through 16-10.
So before we get into discussion about disapproval of 16-1 through 16-10, DSA, we're going to go ahead and consider these items presented as one group, and then we will discuss as a committee. But do you want to give your presentation on 16-1 through 16-10 at this time?
Yes, thank you. Again, Michelle Davis with DSA. Items 16A and 16B bring in the more specific UFAS requirements for alterations and additions to public housing facilities. These proposals specify that accessible entrances, accessible routes, and common use areas or elements, including toilet rooms where provided, must be improved when an alteration or addition is undertaken. The proposed language also differentiates between an alteration and a substantial alteration, the term used by HUD and UFAS. This is similar to the ADA concept of valuation threshold, which does not apply to residential facilities. These proposals ensure that when accessible dwelling units are provided in existing facilities, other accessible features are also provided. Thank you.
Thank you, DSA. So before we bring it back to the committee, we'll go ahead and proceed to public comment. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on items 16.1 through 16.10 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature on Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on items 16.1 through 16.10?
We currently have one hand raised. John Caparelli.
John, go ahead.
Thank you. John Caparelli, building official, City of Santa Clarita. I just wanted to mention the laws amended by AB 130 indicate, and I'll quote, the building standards are necessary to incorporate updates to accessibility requirements that align with minimum federal accessibility laws, standards, and regulations. And I think the key there is the term, the building standards are necessary. If a proposed change to Chapter 11B would add a requirement to a public housing facility that would not otherwise be necessary, then that would not be in line with AB 130. And so I go back to, can we definitively say that all public housing projects are subject to UFAS 504? And I think we can all agree the answer to that is no. There are public housing projects that are not subject to 504 UFAS. And so to incorporate these requirements into 11B, making them applicable to all public housing projects in California, we are imposing additional regulations upon these projects that would not otherwise have applied. And so that is why it would not be in conformance with section AB 130. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
We have another hand raised from Dara.
Hello. We support these proposals for multiple reasons. I am unaware, I've never run across, putting aside for a moment the minimum size of the project, which I agree we could look at. It is difficult to imagine projects in this day and age that don't get some level of public assistance. They get funding through the state tax credit or bond agencies, that's state funded. We get projects that are funded by local governments, a wide variety of local districts. All of those entities get federal funding and therefore UFAS applies. I think I'm not aware of projects that wouldn't apply to, putting aside for the moment a very small project. So that's the first thing. Secondly, the statute is clear. Several of these statutes are clear that UFAS is a minimum accessibility standard that DSA has to comply with. So while I agree we may want to clarify some language in some cases, or we may want to address a little bit of the scoping issues, there's no question that DSA is under an obligation to incorporate UFAS to the maximum extent possible into these regulations to bring it into compliance with state law. And I believe that will facilitate a great deal of additional clarity on the ground and make it much easier for everyone to know where they have to comply with additional requirements. I strongly support these proposals. I think they apply to every project in the state, given the state obligation to adopt UFAS and the fact that by definition, public housing gets government money or is involved in a government program. So I strongly support this proposal.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you both for those public comments. Staff, was there any written comments prior to the meeting?
No additional comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that concludes public comment. We'll move back to the committee for discussion and a motion. Dan Kaiser, you have your hand raised.
I think I'm still, even after listening to the public comments, staff comments, I'm still sticking with my original concept of disapproval of items 16.1 through 16.10. This is not, if and when federal funding is involved, then that designer, that local jurisdiction will bring up, open the UFAS and follow the necessary regulations. But there are other publicly funded projects that are not federally funded. And we haven't made that differentiation here in the code. So with that in mind, I recommend disapproval.
So Dan, before I ask you whether that was a motion or not, I'm going to go to DSA. Yes. You mind if I go to DSA real quick and I'll come back to you?
No, please do.
Okay. DSA, there were comments that were made by John and I believe Dan as well regarding the UFAS and the scoping of 5 units or more, seen as how the scoping is not addressed in the proposed code changes. Is this not seen as being providing a higher?
DSA is not proposing to change the existing scoping that's already in Chapter 11B at Section 11B-233.
Not sure that answers my question, but I'm going to go back to, I'll go to Sue since she has her hand raised.
So the thing is, we're talking about HUD 504 and UFAS, and you're talking about how you're going to align Chapter 11B with these requirements. Okay. There are specific requirements, scoping requirements, that have not been addressed in this set of code change proposals. Again, it's 5 or more units under HUD 504, 2 or more units for multifamily dwellings under UFAS. So that is completely not even included. So you're not meeting the minimum standards of HUD 504 or UFAS. The other thing is, let's see, which item number is this? This is where you talk about substantial alterations. Okay. There is no, basically, if you look at the Americans with Disabilities Act and the 2010 standards, there is no valuation threshold. That's a California thing. So basically, and I can understand why in the deeming notice, HUD says you can't use that because, you know, that is looking at the primary function area. So in this, these provisions that's related to substantial alterations, it talks about the adjusted construction cost. There is nothing, there is the valuation, you know, the cost of construction, and it phrases it differently when you take a look at UFAS, but there is no definition for adjusted construction cost like there is in Chapter 11B. That definition for adjusted construction cost came about in 11B because we heard from different, at my time at DSA, we heard from building officials and they said people were taking a look at their projects that were an alteration and they were trying to pull stuff out of it so they could get under the valuation threshold. So then all they'd have to do is the 20%. So that is a California thing. You're not going to find that in the standards. You're not going to find that in UFAS. The other thing with the difference between HUD 504 and UFAS, HUD 504 uses 75% of the, when they take a look at the facility replacement value. UFAS uses 50%. This is another question that I asked Rex about. And I said, why the distinction between HUD 504 and UFAS? And he said, again, they were looking at the impact on existing facilities And they would rather see more facilities undergoing an alteration where at least for accessibility, you would do what was technically infeasible. Because otherwise, they said if they used the 50% of that valuation threshold, that potentially there would be projects that wouldn't go forward. In addition, like I said, if you take a look at the trigger date for these alterations, you'll find a different one in the HUD 504 regulations, and you're going to find a different date in the U.S. Department of Agriculture regulations. So again, I understand and I really appreciate all the time and the effort and everything that's been put in, but to me, this doesn't align with AB 130, and it definitely doesn't align within what's within HUD 504 and to some extent UFAS, but you know, pick a lane. Are you going to go with HUD 504 and harmonize with that? Or are you going to pick and choose what you want from 504 and what you want in UFAS? Because again, you go back to taking a look at the deeming notice. It says you've got the option. Use either UFAS or use the 2010 standards with the exceptions that HUD does not permit. So pick a lane and figure out which way you're going to go with it. But that is my concern when you take a look at this, where to me, this is just going to cause some confusion, because if somebody is really literate in the federal regulations and they look at this and say, oh, well, look at what I have to do in California. Which one? Now I have to do something completely different or look at something different than what's in the federal regulations. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Thanks, Sue. Janice, you're up next.
Great, thank you. I have some confusion here, and I would really like it if someone could explain away my confusion. And let me state what it is. If I look at the implementing regulations under ADA, it basically says on or after September 15th of 2010 and before March 15th of 2012, you either use the 1991 standards or UFAS or the 2010 standards. But what it also says is on or after March 15th, 2012, you don't have a choice. You have to use the 2010 ADA standards if it has public funds, period. Now, HUD came out with their deeming notice, and it was May 23rd, 2014. And they did it in response to how do you synthesize the UFAS with ADA? Because there are contradictions, as everyone is talking about here. There's contradictions. And so what they said, and they gave permission, that you can use HUD's deeming notice with the 11 exceptions in conjunction with ADA. Now, I don't understand. There is nothing in here talking about percentages of units in those 11 exceptions in HUD's deeming notice. Why are we even addressing it? If we are talking about a project that starts after March 15th of 2012, it's a non-issue if it's public funds. Yes, it sounds like we need to also implement HUD's deeming notice, even if it doesn't directly have federal funds, but we would do it by HUD's approved deeming notice, which is, I mean, all this other stuff, I don't think we need to go down that. It's a conflict. They've already decided how to handle it. Am I missing something? Please, someone respond to me. I mean,
DSA, would you like to respond?
I would have to agree with Janice. I'm not really clear on the concern over scoping, because as I said, DSA is not changing the existing scoping requirements that are already in the CBC all we're doing is bringing in the additional deeming notice requirements. So yeah, I'm not sure we're the correct person to respond to, or correct entity to respond to this question. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Michelle, because I mean, I've been living in this stuff for like the last 15 years. I mean, and I'm sure others have as well. And I've been immersed in it. I've talked to all kinds of people from DOJ and the Access Board and all the people that Sumo has mentioned. I've spoken to them, but it seems really clear. There are 11 items in HUD's deeming notice of 214. One is there's an exception for structural impracticality. Two, there is some exceptions about alterations where we cannot follow ADA. We have to follow certain parts of 504, but it's very clearly delineated. There's also something clearly delineated about additions, alterations affecting primary function areas. There's general exceptions that you do for residential, which, you know, they have certain exceptions here for that. Employee work areas, site arrival points, within a site, multi-story buildings and facilities, and what I love the most is the scoping of washing machines and clothes dryers, and then visible alarms. They delineate, HUD has delineated where you would have to use it in their projects, what you would have to use of UFAS. So we don't need to go back and do all this scoping and all this other stuff if we're required to use ADA. And the public housing under 11B 233 is about publicly funds, public programs in housing, or those couple exceptions I keep mentioning that are not publicly funded. So I don't understand, since HUD has already delineated what they would figure as equivalent or not equivalent, why we need to go down this road. Am I missing something? I'm going to ask that again.
All right, let's go to Dan.
I think we've pretty much, I think everybody is kind of on the same page here, is that we have something that we don't need in front of us. And I heard one comment from one of the outside commenters, which is perfect. We already have a note attached to 11B 233.3. There's no reason we can't add additional notes to guide users towards UFAS as necessary. And I think we need to move on and get this off the board. Yeah.
Agreed. So Dan, had you made a motion on this one?
I was waiting till all the comments were done, but if you're ready for a motion, I move to disapprove items 16.1 through 16.10.
Chairperson, might I add one comment? I don't want to unnecessarily extend your discussion. It's been great discussion, but I'd appreciate maybe 1 or 2 points of clarity.
Sure. Go ahead, Eric.
Right. Thank you. Again, Eric Drever, Division of the State Architect. There's been a couple of questions posed that I'm not sure that we adequately addressed. One was, is this really necessary? The other, I think Ms. Moe mentioned that we should pick a lane, so to speak, and which regulations we're proposing. So on the first comment, building departments are unable to enforce law. That's the reason that state law requires DSA to include the most restrictive of the federal requirements into our building code. Number one, so that having the law on the books does not allow local jurisdictions to enforce these regulations. It is enforced through the legal system. The second issue on notes are not regulatory, so I think building departments therefore would also have a difficult time in enforcing a note that might be a broad brush sort of note. Having worked for months on these, as Sue has acknowledged, this is a complex issue. There are multiple statutes at play, including state statute. Having a simplified note, simply saying, go look at the deeming notice, DSA is determined it was inadequate. And we determined that subsequent to the proposal provided to us by Disability Rights California. And then I think the that was the extent of my comments. I apologize.
Thanks, Eric. We have a motion from Mr. Kaiser for disapproval of items 16.1 through 16.10. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Second.
I'm sorry,
by
this is
Sue.
David Field. Do we need a number for which item that's being disapproval under?
That's
Yeah,
fine.
thank you.
Yeah, it's item number 1. This is duplicative to UFAS that already exists.
Sue, do you agree with, are you?
Mr. Chair, can I make a point of order?
Hold on one second, Stoyan, and we'll come to you. Sue, we had a motion revision or revised, clarified by Dr. Dan Kaiser with regards to 9-point criteria 1. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think 9-point criteria 1. I think it's also AB 130, but yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Stoyan, you wanted to?
Yeah, this is what I was
more.
going to clarify. So we have the 9-point criteria and we have the AB 130 on a different track. So if the committee members can, specify if in addition to a 9-point criteria, they are including AB 130 or the only reason is the 9-point criteria, that will help us when we are preparing the documents for the Building Standards Commission meeting.
So Sue has added AB 130 as one of her reasons for disapproval. Dan, are you supportive of that with your original motion?
I'm torn, but sure, I'll jump on that bandwagon for today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of this, it's an intervening code cycle. And it seems like these types of code change proposals would be better for the triennial cycle. So I think if you look at AB 130, I think this really goes beyond what you should be trying to accomplish in an intervening code cycle.
Okay, so we have a motion by Dan with 9-point criteria 1, as well as a amendment that was accepted that includes AB 130 that was seconded by Sue Moe. Is there any further discussion? With that, we can go ahead and move to a roll call vote. Motion again was for disapproval of 16.1 through 16.10. Kevin, do you mind calling the roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Arfaraz Kambata,
Abstain.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sue Moe,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
No.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
So the vote is 5 in favor, 1 object, and 1 abstain. So the motion carries.
Motion carries for items 16.1 through 16.10. Disapproval on a vote of 5-1 with 1 abstention. We will move on to item 6-1 at this time. DSA, if you'd like to go ahead and prepare your presentation.
Thank you. Michelle Davis, DSA. The next item in the grouping is item number 6, which reconciles the differing UFAS and Fair Housing Act requirements for public housing facilities that provide common use areas on upper stories of buildings that are not on an accessible route. This proposal accepts common use areas on upper levels from the requirements of section 11B-233 as long as equivalent common use areas are provided on an accessible route. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michelle. At this time, we'll proceed to public comment on item 6-1. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on this item, to speak on 6-1, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature on Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on 6-1?
There are no hands raised.
All right. And Kevin, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No additional comments received.
Thank you,
Chair,
Kevin.
Dara's hand went up.
Okay, Dara, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was a little slow to hit my hand up. We support this proposal. It provides clarity, it provides greater accessibility, and we believe it's necessary to bring this into compliance with federal standards. I do believe this provides a great deal of clarity and greater accessibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Dara. We have no other hands raised.
No other hands, sir.
All right, that would conclude the public comment portion. At this time, we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion on item 6-1. Dan, go ahead.
Dan Kaiser, I agree that this is necessary as a concept. However, I have a real big problem with the language here. This use of the term equivalent common use areas. We currently have this term in the code, and it generally has meant and has been interpreted to mean similar facilities that provide equal or greater accessibility. However, if you look at the DME notice that DSA provided for us here, the comment from that's actually in quotes says it must be the same common use areas provided. So we're not talking equivalency here, we're talking the same. We can't have it both ways. And so I think that the concept behind this is solid. I think we need to get rid of this word equivalent and replace with same, but I'll leave that up to staff.
Dan, is your concern related to the language within the code text as provided or within the statement of reasons?
The code text provided is contrary to the statement of reasons.
But you agree with the language equivalent common use areas. You disagree with the same language in the statement of reasons.
No,
is that correct?
No. This term of equivalent in the proposed language is wrong because we see the federal standards here require the same, not equivalent.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Sue, your hand's raised.
I just agree with what Dan said. I think when you use equivalent, that's a little squishy, and I think it should state the same.
Thanks, Sue. Any other discussion on the item? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yes. With that, I make a motion to ask DSA for further review on this.
Further study under 9 criteria.
Correct, because it conflicts with our current ADA requirements. So it would actually be item number 1.
Okay. Dan has made a motion for further study based on 9-point criteria, item 1. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a second for further study of item 6-1, 9-point criteria 1. Do we have any further discussion before we ask for the vote? All right, Kevin, can you conduct the roll call vote, please, on item 6-1?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Bill Zelmer.
Aye.
Sumo.
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wongluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Motion was for further study for item 6-1, and that has been approved unanimously. So we'll now proceed DSA to item 9-1.
Thank you. Again, Michelle Davis with DSA. In item 9, DSA proposes to clarify that public housing facilities are not required to provide accessible routes to all levels as long as residential dwelling units with mobility features and adaptable features, common use areas serving them, and public use areas are on accessible routes. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. We'll now proceed to public comment on item 9-1. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 9-1 to put yourself into the queue now by using the raised hand feature on Zoom. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 9-1?
There is one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
We support this proposal. We think it provides greater clarity. We do have two minor proposed amendments. There's somewhat inconsistent use of terms throughout these, and we think the term residential facilities required to comply with section 11B-233 would be simpler stated as in public housing, which is essentially the same thing that it means. And the other change is that we think there's some words missing. So where it refers to common use areas, it should also say common use areas and amenities to be consistent with federal law and for greater clarity. So I would add and amenities after common areas in two places, and then just refer to public housing instead of section 11B-233. But otherwise, we think this is a very important clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
All right, Kevin, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No additional comments received.
Okay, that will conclude public comment portion of item 9-1, and we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. Dan, you have your hand raised.
Motion to approve as submitted with the caveat that staff take into account the public comments.
We have a motion by Mr. Kaiser for approval as submitted with notes to DSA on item 9-1.
Arfaraz Kambata, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dan, a second by Arfaraz, as mentioned, for approval of item 9-1 as submitted. We'll now go to discussion before the vote. Sue, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, in residential facilities is the terminology, if I'm not mistaken, that's in the 2010 standards. So I don't think there's the need to change that to say public housing. And putting a term in there, amenities, well, that's kind of another broad term. You know, what's an amenity? So I don't have a problem with approving this, but I don't know that changing that and saying public housing facilities or adding amenities is going to do anything to improve the current language.
Thanks, Sue. Any further discussion regarding the motion? All right, Kevin, will you conduct the roll call vote for approval of item 9-1 as submitted?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sue Mo,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wongluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata.
Aye.
Bill Zelmer.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Item 9-1 has been approved unanimously or recommended for approval unanimously by the committee. We'll now move on to item 8-1. DSA, can you provide the presentation on 8-1, please?
Yes, thank you. Michelle Davis, DSA. Item number 8 limits the application of existing exceptions for accessible routes to and within a site to facilities that are not residential facilities. Residents of public housing facilities must be provided with accessible pedestrian routes. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. At this time, we will go to public comment on item 8-1. Remind the public who wishes to speak on the item to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Laura, can you please check for commenters on the from the public on item 8-1?
There are 2 hands raised. Dara, you're first.
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. We support this for the reasons the DSA provided and the reasons in our comment letter. It provides important clarification and consistency with federal regulations, and we make the same comment. We think in non-residential facilities is confusing because it means some things other than public housing. So we think it ought to say in facilities that are not public housing, but otherwise we strongly support this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Dara. John, you're next.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I agree with what the last commenter mentioned about the term non-residential facilities. Just for code users, a lot of people will interpret that term to include any R occupancy. Of course, the occupancy groups in Chapter 3 of the code are not related to accessibility, but nonetheless, there will be people who will interpret this to apply to any R occupancy. So I think using the term public housing facilities would be better. But then larger scope than that, we have a lot of terrain here in my jurisdiction, and we do have situations where reasonably the only way that anybody is going to access some of these residential developments is by driving up a long driveway. There is not pedestrian access being provided along that long driveway up to the site. And so generally, I don't agree with this amendment. I do think that these exceptions should still apply in those cases where you have a public housing facility that is only accessible by means of a long driveway, which is not providing pedestrian access. I do think that these exceptions should remain as is.
Thanks, John.
Dara's hand is back up or still up. I'm not sure.
Well, I will make one more comment, which is that definitely public housing is the better term, because residential facility is really not adopted by Chapter 11B, and we don't want to use a narrower definition that is used by the state fire marshal. So public housing makes more sense. But also, certainly under HUD regulations and UFAS, the idea is that if you're using public money, you need to be building something accessible. And if there's a long driveway that isn't accessible, and you can't get to buildings from one place to another with an accessible route, you are not building an accessible building that complies with the requirements under both the ADA and 504 for program access. You cannot build a building in compliance with the federal and state disability laws that isn't accessible to the public, that doesn't have general program access. And this amendment helps make that clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
And John's hand went back up.
Yeah, just to quickly address that point, I mean, the overall intent of accessibility laws and regulations is to ensure that we're providing equal enjoyment to people with disabilities. And the intent of this exception is that if I have a long driveway that is not providing access to non-disabled people, then the code isn't requiring me to provide an accessible route in that situation either. So I think that if this exception is going to be good enough for the other types of facilities regulated under the code, then why not for housing? And so that's why I'm opposed to it.
Thanks, Sean.
And there is a new hand raised, Rex Ace.
Go ahead, Rex.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. My name is Rex Pace. I'm with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development with the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity. I'm not really commenting, but I'm just offering this offers you some insight in regard to the deeming notice and what HUD's position is. Is that okay? Is that appropriate thing to do at this hearing? Is that
Yeah,
within
Rex, we're
order?
within public comment, so you're able to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. And just to bear in mind to respond to the previous commenter, that in regard to housing that the federal government covers, you would have a more stringent expectation to provide a fully accessible route. It is looked at differently than, say, under the ADA, which is public accommodation setting. The agency did feel like it was appropriate to set higher accessibility standards, and that those features be pedestrian in nature because of the nature of housing developments are accessed very much by most people in a very pedestrian manner. So the department did see it. It did intentionally make the requirements under the deeming notice more stringent. You would really only have the exception of technical infeasibility or what we call undue burden to not provide the accessible route obligations. Hopefully that helps.
Thanks, Rex.
John's hand is raised again.
Rex.
John, this is your last time.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the time. Rex, thank you for that clarification. I am aware that under the federal regulations, 504 UFAS regulations, that these exceptions are not permitted. But this proposal would be to place them in Chapter 11B for all public housing developments, not just those that fall within the 504 UFAS. And so for that reason, I think that they're inappropriate.
Can I speak?
Right. Quickly, I think.
No, I very much appreciate that. And do bear in mind, I'm just speaking to what HUD requires. I'm not passing judgment on, what's appropriate for the state of California. This is just informational.
Thanks, Rex. All right. Anyone else?
No other hands raised in the public.
Okay. Kevin, were there any additional comments written, submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? Sorry.
No additional comments, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you for those public comments, and that concludes the public comment portion. At this time, we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. And Faraz, I saw your hand up first. Did you put it down, or do you want
to? I'm going to let Dan and Sue go first, if that's okay.
Yeah. Dan, you're next up.
I'm going to make a motion to disapprove this section, not only based on the comments from the public, but I thought I had a good, clear grasp of the English language. This looks like a reduction in accessibility, which we just cannot live with. This is a definite reduction in accessibility in my eyes. So a motion to disapprove.
How is this? I'm sorry. Could I ask for clarification, Dan? How do you see this as a reduction in accessibility?
Sure. Well, it's removing residential facilities. It's no longer requiring an accessible route of travel in residential facilities.
Oh, I thought it was doing just the opposite. I thought it was
No, this is an
provide.
exception.
Yeah, it's
What
an
right. They're proposing an exception to the basic requirement that you must provide an accessible route.
and
The only
and so
change
that's
is
an
in-
existing exception where an
Yeah,
accessible route shall not be required, where the only
Correct.
means of access is vehicular. And what they're saying is we're going to raise the bar for residential facilities, and regardless, residential facilities must always provide pedestrian access, and that pedestrian access must be accessible. So that
just
I
by
think-
the addition of the language that says in non-residential facilities is the amendment. The exception remains the same to Arfaraz's point.
Oh, again, I think we're altering the intent of the current code that's in place and the ADA.
So Dan, you did make a motion for disapproval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Before we see if there's a second, Sue, did you want to comment?
Yeah, you know, when you start taking a deep dive into some of these regulations, you start to realize the implication of trying to capture some of this stuff in any building code for that matter. There is an exception in UFAS under accessible routes, and it's specifically related to residential dwelling units. And it allows that I can't remember exactly how it states it, but basically if it's technically infeasible, that you do not have to provide that accessible route to the dwelling units. Like I said, once you really start digging into some of these regulations, you find some of that information. The other thing is, when you get either federal financial assistance or assistance from a Title II entity, potentially in that project scope, like when you look at the HUD 504 regulations, and it covers more than just housing, if you're going to put that provision in there, you might have an issue with that because you can have non-housing facilities that would still be required to provide that accessible route. So again, I look at this and I'm thinking, you know, some of this is just a matter of taking all of these items bit by bit by bit, and then starting to look at all these different federal regulations and how you address some of these things and not start to get yourself in trouble by writing them into the building code. So that's my statement.
Thanks, Sue. Kevin, you've got your hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to make sure we captured Mr. Kaiser's motion for disapproval with a 9-point criteria justification.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
To me, this is number 6.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion for disapproval.
We still need a second.
Yes, correct. Health and Safety Code 9-point criteria number 6. Do we have a second?
I would second the motion if we bear in mind, and I know it's kind of tricky, but keeping in mind what we were told at the beginning of our meeting today, AB 130.
So Sue, is your second contingent upon acceptance of an amendment to the original motion that includes AB 130?
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, I just think that's where we are with it. When you take a look at that statute where we have to be mindful of AB 130. So yes, that's my proposal.
And
Dan,
actually, I'll agree with that since we're altering the current ADA standards.
Okay. So we have a motion for disapproval, 9-point criteria 6, as well as AB 130. For item 8-1, Arfaraz, you have your hand up for discussion.
Thank you. So So, there's something to bear in mind here when you look at the subpart B general requirements and general prohibitions against discrimination in 35-130. A public entity may not, in determining the site or location of a facility, make selections that have the effect of excluding individuals with disabilities from, denying them the benefits of, or otherwise subjecting them to discrimination. And that is pretty broad when it comes to selection of a site that would otherwise be inaccessible. And so in that regard, in the selection of a new site and a new public housing facility, I would agree with with Rex's comment that an accessible route must be provided in that instance. When it comes to alterations or an existing facility, I should say, then it gets a little tricky. So I am supportive this of this amendment, but I think, like everything, it is a little tricky. Thank you.
Thank you, Arfaraz. Do we have any other discussion on the motion that's on the floor currently for disapproval? Dan, go ahead.
If I can respond to Afraz there, currently we have in the code, if we're doing additions, alterations to non-publicly funded facilities, that there is no requirement to provide that after the fact path of travel alteration. This is only in publicly funded or public accommodations.
We're talking about public accommodations?
This is our Chapter 11B. This is all we're talking about.
No, public housing is also Chapter 11B,
We're
right?
not talking about privately funded multifamily dwellings here.
But who is?
Well, I thought that was your comment.
No, that wasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
My comment was I was referring to 28 CFR Part 35, which applies to Title II entities, and public housing and the site selection by a Title II entity when developing a housing project.
I see what you're referring to. Okay.
Any other discussion? Sue, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, there's one provision and definition that's in the 2010 standards. That's structural and practicability. That also, when you read through the guide to the standard, talks about that. And it allows that, and especially when you start looking at terrain. So I think it always goes back to this: what's required by the Act and what's required by the architectural standards. So it's, you have to take a look at both of those. And yes, you look at the broad coverage of the Act and what's required to be accessible. But then there's also the understanding when you look at the architectural standards and you look at what it says for structural and practicability, which also talks about issues with terrain. If you just said, every site that you pick, you're going to have to figure out how to make this work, that means that there's probably a whole lot of housing projects, not only in California, but in other areas where the terrain is really difficult to make it work. But, I'd hate to see that housing projects don't go forward because you limit that, you look at the application of what's required, because really it doesn't mean that you get out a jail free card. You still have to take a look at accessibility, and there are provisions that still are required. So it just, I think it addresses that in some instances, you will have terrain that is really difficult to make it work to get the accessible route.
All right. There's no further discussion. We have a motion for disapproval on the table for item We're still on 8-1 at this time. Can we go ahead and conduct a roll call vote, Mr. Day?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck,
No.
Janice Kent,
So I means that we don't approve of this.
Correct.
Okay, aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
No.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sue Mo.
Aye.
The vote is 5-2. The motion carries.
Motion carries for recommendation for disapproval of item 8-1 by the committee. We'll now move on to 8-2, which was the second part of the item we just heard. DSA, are you prepared to present on 8-2?
Uh, 8-2 was already,
8-2 was already,
8-2 was presented with item 8.
Would you like to add anything else before we open it to public comment
Oh,
based on the things you heard related to 8-1?
yes, thank you. Again, Michelle Davis, DSA. HUD has stated that for public housing facilities, public entities are not permitted to select a site that cannot be made accessible. The previous discussion clarified the confusion on that point. And so these provisions are required to clarify that public housing must be on an accessible site. DSA has not proposed to change the requirements for structural impracticality or other site-specific exceptions. So instead of having a blanket exception, public housing would have to prove that they need a specific exception and they may have to use equivalent facilitation instead. But this would be case by case. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Again, we're on item 8-2 and we'll shift to public comment. For those who wish to speak on item 8-2, you can go ahead and put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature on Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please do so using your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 8-2?
There is one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. We support this proposal. I think it's been characterized well by DSA. If you're based on statutes, you cannot, and the idea is that you don't automatically get to build on inaccessible terrain because that violates the statutory obligation for program access. There are some individualized exceptions, but not a blanket exception. We support this. I also want to clarify, and it may be helpful for DSA to clarify, that these proposals and the prior one are intended to expand accessibility and not reduce them. I was a little confused by the discussion that occurred after I spoke on item 8.1 because it is really an expansion of accessibility. There's a current exception that means you don't have to provide pedestrian access. And in fact, this now says in housing, you cannot use that exception. So that provision actually expanded out housing. I think Arfaraz was trying to explain that, but I think there was some confusion. So I just don't know if DSA wants to speak to that. And that was the first part of 8, but we strongly support this proposal for clarification and compliance. Thank you. And just as we noted in our comments on all the items. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other hands raised.
All right, thank you for the public comments. Kevin, did we have any additional written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No additional comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that'll conclude public comment portion, and we can bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. Sue, you have your hand raised.
I think some of this we already talked about when we looked at item 8.1. So I don't have any additional comments on this. The thing is, whenever you put it up to a building official to, somebody could propose equivalent facilitation, or they could ask for an exception under site and practicability that's in the 2010 ADA standards, or even cite that particular section in UFAS. But trying to get that passed through a building official might be rather difficult, because then you're asking for their interpretation. So that's my comment.
Frost, go ahead.
I'm gonna flip on this one and actually say it may be unnecessary to amend this exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, go ahead.
Arfaraz, you disappoint me, and I'm flipping because to me this is more important because we're within a site. So to differentiate the two, previously we were talking about site arrival points to the primary entrance. Now we're talking about within a site, and so this is one I would support.
Dan, I would agree that I will support it. A little bit different. I agree with DSA's proposal on this one, their reasoning as well as Dara's. So I will be in favor as submitted, but there's no motion yet. I'm going to let Sue speak.
Just one other comment that I have, and when you take a look at, understanding the terminology that comes from the 2010 ADA standards and what comes as an amendment from Chapter 11B. So basically, if you take a look at the 2010 standards, it just says at least one accessible route shall be provided within the site, from accessible parking spaces and accessible passenger drop-off and loading zones to the accessible building or facility entrance they serve. And then 11B goes beyond that, and it says all the routes must be accessible. So I think it already goes beyond, what's in the 2010 standards. And I don't know that we need to have that language and have a code change where it says in non-residential facilities, because really it's already covered. There's no exception when you get within the boundary of the site.
All right, we'll go back to Arfraz, and maybe he has a motion or a comment. We'll see.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on Sue's comment there. Once you're within a site, especially in a public housing facility, now we're talking about the dwelling units that are required with mobility features or adaptable features that need to be connected to or are served by common use spaces and amenities. That's what's required to be on an accessible route. Not every single facility that may be on that housing facility site. And so that's why I'm taking exception to amending this exception specifically for housing facilities. It's different when you're looking at a college campus, for example, where an office facility or any other public accommodation where you need an accessible route to connect all accessible buildings on the site. That may not be true in public housing sites. Thank you.
Thanks, Arfraz. Dan, go ahead.
Motion to approve as submitted. Let's start there.
I'll second that. We have a motion for approval as submitted of item 8-2. Motion made by Kaiser, seconded by myself. We'll bring it back for any further discussion before we go to a vote. With that, Kevin, can you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Brad Wongluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
No.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sue Mo,
No.
Daniel Kaiser.
Aye.
The vote is 5-2. The motion carries.
Item 8-2 was recommended for approval by the committee on a vote of 5-2. We have now been going for an hour and 50 minutes. Is it appropriate to take a break at this time, Kevin?
If the committee wishes, absolutely.
We need a break. All right, let's go ahead. We will break until right on the edge. Let's do, what's that, Sue?
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock. We'll go 3 o'clock. We'll return at 3 o'clock and keep powering through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we're waiting for a few people to come back, so we'll give them another minute. Kevin, it looks like we're still waiting on David, Sue, and Janice, correct?
Yeah, maybe just another moment, Mr. Chair.
There's Sue.
I just forgot to turn my camera back on.
Why I figured I'd call you out by name, Sue.
Oh, now, and then I muted myself. Okay. Now I'm gonna mute myself again.
Kevin, Sue, and David have returned. Are we good to get started?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will be moving on to item 10-2, DSA tracking number, I believe is 10B on this one. Michelle, did you have a presentation on item 10-2?
Thank you. Michelle Davis, DSA. Item 10-2 proposes to require public housing facilities to provide accessible common use circulation paths in employee areas. This is necessary because the exception provided in the ADA standards as currently written is not allowed in UFAS. And so in order to align with the more restrictive standards in UFAS, we propose to remove public housing from using the exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. At this time, we'll go to public comment on item 10-2. Remind the public who wish to speak on the item to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature on Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please do so, stating your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for commenters on item 10-2?
We have one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
Dara Scher, Disability Rights California. We support this proposal for the reasons given in our comment letter and by DSA. It is necessary to comply with federal standards and provides important clarification.
Thank you, Dara. Are any additional public comments?
There are no other hands raised.
Kevin, were there any written comments submitted on this item prior to the meeting?
No additional comments on this item, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, and we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion on item 10-2. Sue, you have your hand raised.
There we go. Chapter 11B already goes beyond what's in the 2010 ADA standards, because in the 2010 ADA standards, employee work areas, it doesn't require the circulation path to be accessible. So really in employee work areas, it goes for N11B, like I said, it goes well beyond what's in the 2010 ADA standards. So we're talking here about common use in employee work areas that have to comply. And I think this is already going to align with what's in the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards. Really, I think the issue is if you look in the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards, employee workstations are required to be accessible. So I don't know that this particular provision is really necessary. I mean, I don't have a major problem with it. I just don't know that it's actually necessary. That's my comment.
Thanks, Sue. Arfaraz.
Thank you. So the exceptions to 11B 206.2.8 and 206. I think there was another section amendment that DSA had proposed, and maybe we already spoke to it, where 11B 206.2.8 was going to add language or propose to add language indicating that common use areas and employee work areas shall comply with section 11B 248. And then which I would be totally supportive of. But amendments to these exceptions, I think I'm not so sure about this, because if you read exception 2, it talks about common use circulation paths located within employee work areas that are integral or that are an integral component of work area equipment. So when you read that entire sentence, employee work area that's an integral component of a work area equipment, it's not reasonable to expect something that's part of and that an employee work area that's an integral component of work area equipment to be accessible, plain and simple. An example of that could be, like for example, like we when we're designing process buildings and treatment plants, there's equipment and there's circulation paths that are integral to an integral component to the actual equipment, and it's not feasible to make that accessible. How would something that's part of a public housing facility be able to achieve that? So I'm not sure what the basis of this change is, or are we just missing the fact that we're talking about circulation paths that are located within employee work areas that are an integral component to work area equipment. As far as exception 3 goes, we're talking about employee work areas that are fully exposed to the weather. I mean, I think that's maybe you can seek an exception for that for public housing, but I kind of agree with Sue that Chapter 11B is already going above and beyond what the federal accessibility requirements require, and providing this caveat for public housing is just increasing the burden on public housing, which I'm not sure is going to provide that much greater access, or if we actually really need to. So thank you.
Thanks, Arfaraz. Any additional comments or discussion on item 10-2?
I have, we talked about, we were looking at 10-1, but do we want to continue 10-1 and 10-2 in the same motion? And I agree with what Arfaraz was talking about. And When you take a look at the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards, I was looking at a project, a housing project, public housing project, actually over in the Bay Area. And when you start reading through some of the exceptions that are consistent with what's in 203 and section 11B 203, for the, rooms or spaces that are only accessed by was it like mechanical rooms and elevator equipment rooms. And so there are a lot of those same exceptions that are in UFAS. So I don't see where either of one of these are necessary. And I agree with what Arfaraz said. Potentially, you're going to put more stringent requirements on public housing facilities than are what actually required. And it goes back to, again, looking at some of these federal regulations item by item.
Thanks, Sue. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, question for DSA. So has this come up in a question from the public? I'm struggling to create a scenario in my head where this even occurs in a public housing scenario.
Michelle, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Michelle Davis, DSA. This is another set of proposals that are required to align the California Building Code with UFAS requirements. UFAS requires that common use circulation paths located within public housing facilities that are for employee work areas only, requires them to be accessible. So there's a conflict between the CBC requiring common use employee work. Well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Let me back up. The CBC does require common use employee work areas to be accessible. The ADA says that common use employee work areas that are an integral component of work area equipment do not have to be accessible, and the CBC keeps that. However, UFAS says no, even if it's a integral part of a work area equipment, if it's in a public housing facility, that circulation path still has to be accessible. So all we are doing with this exception is aligning with UFAS, which is slightly stricter than California's requirements. I do agree with you, Bill, that there are probably very limited situations where a public housing facility has equipment that has integral employee circulation paths. But in order to align the CBC with UFAS, we still have to undertake this rulemaking.
Thank you.
Michelle, Arfaraz, your hand's raised. You're on mute, Arfaraz.
Thank you. Bill, here's an example of where you could potentially, in a public housing setting, have an employee circulation path or circulation path within an employee work area that's integral to work area equipment. You could have some kind of compactor, whether it's a garbage compactor or a something that compacts recycled boxes or whatever, and you'll have a ladder or steps going up to access a point. So that's an example. Here's, as far as exception 3 goes, an example would be an exterior, fully exposed to the weather trash enclosure. That would be an example where you might have a pad that the or a steep ramp that the big dumpster has to navigate. That's not compliant with Division 4 of Chapter 11B. now that would have to be accessible or have a slope that's 1 in 20, or maybe a ramp with handrails, guide rails, top and bottom landings, handrails, so that we have an accessible route leading to that pad. So that's another example where the public housing facility would have these additional requirements that wouldn't be required at non-residential housing facilities.
Thank you, that helps.
All right. We've had considerable discussion. Is there a motion on the floor?
I would move to that we approve 10A separately rather
Correct.
than combine it. So
yes, we are considering item 10-2 and 10-1 separately. We're currently on 10-2, DSA tracking 10B.
okay, so then I would move that we disapprove 10-2.
We have a motion for disapproval of 10-2 by Arfaraz.
Kaiser, second.
We have a second by Kaiser. Again, motion on the floor is for disapproval of 10-2. Arfaraz, I'm going to look to you for which one of the 9-point criteria or the AB 130 language.
How about
I would certainly
4?
say that I would use AB 130 as a rationale.
How about number 4, Arfaraz?
Give me a second. I was just gonna.
Arfaraz, item 4 is a proposed building standard is not
Yes.
unreasonable, arbitrary, unfair.
I would agree. Number 4 makes sense here.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
our motion and our second, are you both in agreement for disapproval of 10-2 based upon AB 130 and 9-point criteria number 4?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the committee for any discussion prior to vote. Is there any discussion? Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, just question for Arfaraz. So I sense that you're leaning to approve 10-1, but not 10-2. And I'm wondering on what basis would you approve one and not the other?
10-1 is simple clarification of something that already exists in Chapter 11B, in 11B 248. So it's pretty much replicating that for clarity for code users. That's the way I'm looking at it. Whereas 10-2 is adding special requirements or putting onerous requirements on public housing facilities by inserting that language in exceptions 2 and 3.
And if I can, Bill, this is also the language under 10-1 is a scoping requirement referring people back to the other section, which is necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Again, we have a motion and a second for disapproval of 10-2. Kevin, can you conduct the vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Janice Kent,
Okay, so a yes vote is negating these two proposals or approving them?
disapprove.
Disapproving just item 10-2 at this point.
Okay, so yeah, I disapprove 10-2.
David Field,
Yeah, aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sumo,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Brad Wungluck.
Aye.
Unanimous vote, motion carries.
Motion for disapproval, recommended disapproval of 10-2 is unanimous by the committee. We're moving on to, I believe, next on the list per DSA is item 20-1. Is that correct, DSA?
Yes, that is correct. Michelle Davis, DSA. Item 20 is similar to item 10B in that it requires common use circulation paths in employee housing facilities to provide the full required width and does not permit a reduction in width due to equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. At this time, we will go ahead and move to public comment on item 20-1. If you are from the public and want to speak on item 20-1, please put yourself in the queue now by raising your hand in Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please do so clearly and state who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for comments on 20-1?
There are two hands raised. Dara?
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. We support this proposal for the reasons given by DSA. We believe it's necessary to meet minimum federal standards and provides greater accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. I believe John
And
is
then
next.
John?
Thank you, John Caparelli, Building Official, City of Santa Clarita, Calbo Access Code Committee. I am in opposition to this amendment on the similar grounds as to what's already been discussed. This is an insertion of federal requirements that apply only to projects subject to federal regulations within Chapter 11B.
Thanks, John.
There are no other hands raised.
All right. Thank you for those public comments. Kevin, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting?
No additional comments, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. That concludes public comment, and we will move back to the committee for discussion and a motion.
I just have one comment, and this goes to what Arfaraz was saying. The majority of housing projects that I look at, especially when they're, 4 and 5 stories, typically what they do, they have a separate room and they have trash chutes. So, a resident can just go to that trash chute, they push the button, the door opens, they put their trash in there, push the button, and away the trash goes. But it goes down to the first floor where they have trash compactors and all this other equipment. And then they have separate bins because they have to have for recyclables and trash and compostables. But anyway, when I look at both of these together, I think there are issues like that, and it's difficult. And you have to take into consideration that this is equipment and it's integral to the employee work area. So I think for both of these, and they sort of go together, I don't think 10.1 that code language is actually necessary. So that's my comment.
Thanks, Sue. Additional comments are for us.
Once again, we're talking about, within within employee work areas. If it's an employee work area, can we safely assume that those are not public use areas or not areas that are accessed by the tenants or by people living in those public housing facilities? And by adding this additional requirement on public housing facilities for employee work areas, what is the overall benefit being provided to, well, obviously there's a benefit for employees working in those public housing facilities, but is there much of a benefit for someone living in a public housing facility? I guess that's what's lost on me. And I'm not sure if that was the intent in the federal accessibility codes either, that DSA is proposing in this amendment to the exception. Thank you.
Sarfros. All right, if there's no further discussion, do we have a motion on item 20-1?
Dan Kaiser, motion to disapprove. Same reasons as before, item number 4, in AB 130.
We have a motion for disapproval of 20-1, 9-point criteria 4 and AB 130. Do we have a second?
I second that.
We have a second by Sue Mo. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll conduct the roll call vote. Kevin, can you conduct the vote? Again, this is for disapproval of 20-1 based on criteria 4 and AB 130 as discussed.
Yes, Mr. Chair. David Field,
Yes.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Sue Mo,
Yes.
Daniel Kaiser,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Janice Kent. Sorry, Janice.
You're muted.
Dumb computers. Okay, I actually had a comment before you did the roll call on that. Can I make the comment and then vote?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. My understanding is that under UFAS, employee-only areas are to be accessible. And it has a higher standard than what ADA has and what we have in CBC. But with that said, because we have this blanket public housing where there may not be any public or federal funds that it goes against other building, for other building types, then it wouldn't apply to those other building types. So if we actually separated out the other building types that point to public housing that really aren't public funds, but are called public housing for code purposes, if we could separate that out, I would say, yes, this is something we need to do because employee areas are supposed to have a higher standard of access according to UFAS. But since we're not separating it out right now, my vote is, and I forget whether it's yes or no, but my vote is not to accept this. But
You're an aye vote for disapproval of item 20-1.
Right, but with what I said as something to be on record, because we have this issue of taking these several different building types and calling it all public housing, and it may not have UFAS or HUD type of funding or programs. So
Thanks,
I think we need
Janice. Kevin?
to revisit that in the future.
Vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Motion for recommendation for disapproval carries unanimously on item 20-1. DSA, we're moving along to what I believe is items 11-1 and 11-2. They both appear to be under DSA tracking number 11. Is that correct?
Could I ask a quick question before we move on to the next item?
Sure.
Our DSA item number 16A and 16B, those sections were not specifically listed in the CAM. So were those considered to be included in all of those items that we looked at together, 16.1 through 16.10?
Yes, on the grouped items DSA kind of spreadsheet, there's I call it a crosswalk, and 16A and 16B are DSA under 16.1 through 16.10.
All right, thank you so much. I should have been looking at that document. My apologies.
Nope, we're good.
Okay.
DSA, back to you on item, I believe, 11-1 and 11-2. Can consider those together.
Thank you, Michelle Davis, DSA. Item number 11 proposes to require all clothes washers and dryers in public housing, common use laundry facilities to comply with the existing regulations in section 11B-611. Currently, only one of each type is required to comply in alignment with the ADA standards. However, UFAS requires all clothes washers and dryers to comply. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We'll now go on to public comment on items 11.1 and 11.2. Remind the public who wishes to speak on these items to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, it looks like we already have two hand raised, but can you check Zoom for commenters on 11.1 and 11.2?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first hand raised is Dara.
Dara Sure, Disability Rights California, strongly support this. People with disabilities have a great deal of trouble finding accessible washers and dryers, and then providing them in common areas in a way that they don't have to wait for hours is very important. And this is also necessary for compliance with federal regulations. We had a minor modification. The provision for washing machines requires that they be front loading. The provision for dryers doesn't make the same requirement, probably because they're uncommon, but we think that should also apply to front loading dryers, not just front loading washers. This is a very important provision for people with disabilities. It's very difficult often to get to a public laundromat. They often may not have accessible machines. If they're living in housing with accessible units, they really need accessible laundry facilities. And laundry facilities can get very crowded and heavily used, and ensuring that it's not just one washing machine that's accessible is really important. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Zara.
Next up is John.
Thank you, John Caparelli, building official, City of Santa Clarita. I agree with the last commenter. I have always felt that the laundry provisions in Chapter 11B could be improved to provide greater access to people with disabilities, especially as was mentioned, the requirement for front loading machines. I've always thought it was odd that the code still permitted the top loading machines. So I do believe this would be a nice code change. And in the future, I would like to see this done. However, unfortunately, I do also believe that this would be a violation of AB 130. And so I don't think at this time it should be approved.
Thanks, Sean. Any additional public comments?
There are no other hands raised.
All right. Thank you for those comments, Dara and John. Kevin, did we receive any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No additional comments on this item, Mr. Chair.
All right, that concludes the public comment portion, and we will bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion on items 11.1 and 11.2.
This is Kaiser. A motion to approve as submitted with a caveat for staff to please verify that we do meet AB 130.
Before we start to make a motion, I think one thing that we have to consider, if you're going to say all washing machines and clothes dryers and common use areas and public housing facilities have to comply, that also means that all of the clothes dryers and clothes washing machines are required to have a clear floor space centered on the washer and dryer. A lot of the projects that I take a look at in their laundry rooms that they have, they're large laundry rooms, and they have a certain number of the accessible washers and dryers that do have the clear floor space centered on the washers and dryers. But there's also obligations in the CAC regulations that, depending on the number, the low income housing tax credits, depending on the number of facilities that you, or the number of residents you have, it increases the number of washers and dryers. So what they do in a lot of these large laundry rooms, they have a certain number of washers and dryers that, like I said, do have the clear floor space. But in order to provide enough washers and dryers to meet the TCAC regulations, some of those are stacking units, so they're not fully accessible. By requiring all of these washing machines and clothes dryers to meet 11B 611 with a clear floor space centered on the washer and the dryer, if you're going to do that on every washer and dryer in these laundry rooms, that's going to be a pretty significant impact. And I would say if you at some point want to increase the number of these and increase the percentages, I have no problem with that. But applying that to all of the washing machines and all of the clothes dryers, I think that is a problem. And I have an issue with that in relation to AB 130 as well. So that's my comment.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval as submitted by Mr. Kaiser. We have Bill, you have your hand raised.
Okay, so I could second the motion, but I've also got two comments I want to make.
Yeah,
The first, so my understanding of the AB 130 is if what we're proposing aligns with a federal standard, it's allowed and legit. And I view this as aligning with the UFAS requirements. So in my view, we're okay on that count. And the other comment, I'm not sure if I'm not getting this, but for the Sumo's comment, the application here in 11B 214.2 is where there are 3 or fewer washing machines provided, et cetera, et cetera. So the concerns that you've raised may not be applicable.
Unless it was public housing, correct?
Correct.
Based on the exception?
Well, I guess the way I'm reading that is where 3 or fewer, and public housing is an exception. My assumption is in public housing, if you had 3 or fewer.
I read that as where 3 or fewer are provided anywhere else, but in public housing facilities, all of them. That's the exception to that code section.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
But are you still seconding Dan's motion?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So
if I could just also add there.
Faraz, hold on.
Sorry.
Janice had her hand up next. I want to be able to, she's been waiting. Janice, go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, again, I get back to this would be applicable if we had public funds, which then trigger, UFAS because there's federal government money somewhere. So it would be really good if we can separate out that if it is like in senior housing where there might not be public funds, but it would still fall under 233, you may not want all of them front loading. It would take out a huge amount of room. And also, like say in senior housing, a lot of people may not be doing their own laundry. They may have someone doing laundry for them. But then we're saying is we are getting a huge amount of machines and a huge area for there. And again, it goes back to what I've been saying. I would really like to separate out public housing that also has public funds, programs, and therefore triggers federal from other types of facilities.
Thanks, Janice. Trevor, we'll go to you.
Thank you. So I have a question for the DSA staff. We've got a lot of comments today about whether some of the proposals conflict with AB 130. Was council consulted in the drafting of these proposals?
DSA, do you want to respond?
I'm sorry, that didn't come through clearly. Could you please repeat?
Yeah, the question was, did you consult council with regards to any potential conflicts with AB 130 on these proposals?
AB 130 does allow for alignment with federal regulations. DSA believes that we are required by statute to align with UFAS as a federal regulation. So we do believe that all these proposals meet AB 130.
Yes, to clarify the question, I saw Eric kind of put himself on video. Did DSA consult any counsel with regards to compliance with AB 130 on this proposal? And the other proposals, I think, to Trevor's point.
Chairperson, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. DSA has received input from legal, and as BSC staff will acknowledge, part of the process of rulemaking requires that Department of General Services legal also reviews these as a matter of process. There's not been a final finding as of yet, but to answer the question, yes, DSA legal has been consulted.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I know Attorney don't always fun to deal with.
Arfaraz, go ahead.
Thank you. UFAS section 4.34.7.2 indicates washing machines and clothes dryers in common use laundry rooms shall be front loading. That is the UFAS requirement. So if you wanted to align with the UFAS requirement, you could just take that verbatim. So UFAS doesn't have the other requirements that Chapter 11B has in 11B 611.
Anything else, Arfaraz?
Well, I guess my only concern would be is I would hate to see that residents get fewer washing machines and fewer dryers if this more restrictive requirement comes into play, just because, as the other committee members was saying, 11B611 requires a clear floor space for site approach to be centered on an appliance, which means the appliance can't be against a wall because you couldn't have a 48-inch clear floor space centered on it then. So you'll end up losing that. You'll also lose the ability to have stacked units if it needs to comply with 11B611.3, which requires that the bottom of the compartment needs to be, I think it's between 15 and 48, if I'm not mistaken. So what if the goal is to mimic UFAS, the UFAS requirement, let's take it verbatim and just put that in. Just saying that in public housing facilities, all washing machines and clothes dryers in common use laundry rooms shall be front loading, and just leave it at that.
Thanks, Arfaraz. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, well, in the interest of collaborating, Janice Kent has made the same comment a couple of times now. If that is legit, I'm not as familiar with housing as many of you are. This could be a good case for further study rather than approval. If it's simply changing the wording a little bit so it addresses the comments where some of these are federally funded and some of these are not. Thank you.
Thanks. Before Janice, I'm gonna go to DSA. They've had their hand up. Michelle.
Thank you again. Michelle Davis, DSA. I'd like to clarify that the deeming notice allows the requirements of the 2010 ADA standards as long as certain items in the deeming notice are provided. The ADA standards already requires the clear floor areas and other elements for washing machines and clothes dryers. So what HUD was saying is go ahead and use the ADA, but then add in these specific provisions. So we cannot just take front-loading washers and clothes dryers without the clear floor areas. That would be a violation of the ADA. We have to put them together.
Understood, Michelle.
Thank you.
But if
Michelle.
I might just say, the UFAS does not require all washing machines and dryers. It doesn't use the term all.
Okay.
It just says washing machines and clothes dryers in common use laundry rooms shall be front loading. It doesn't give you a number like the ADA does. The ADA says when you have three, when you have three or fewer, at least one shall comply. If you have more than three, then at least two shall comply.
Yeah, and I agree with what Arfaraz is saying. And like I said, seeing the size of these laundry rooms and the number of washers and dryers that are required in these apartment complexes. I mean, these are apartment complexes that are 5 and 6 stories. And when you look again at what's required in the TCAC regulations and the number of washers and dryers that are required by the TCAC regulations based on the number of occupants, just seeing the size of the laundry rooms that I've recently gone out and done site inspections on, you would have to have a much, much larger laundry room, and you could no longer use those stacking washers and dryers. So now you're going to limit the number of washers and dryers. Like I said before, if you want to increase the number of washers and dryers that are required to be accessible, you know, based on a certain number of washers and dryers, I don't have any problem with that. But when you're applying this to all of them, this is going to have a significant impact on the size of these laundry rooms.
Thanks, Sue. We've had, I feel like, significant discussion on this. I think there's concern from multiple members. Do we have a motion at this time?
Yes. Dan Kaiser, motion to disapprove. Item number 6.
Item 6. We have a motion on the floor for disapproval of items 11.1 and 11.2 for item 9-point criteria 6. Do we have a second?
Dan, would you consider amending your motion to have the state agency review and what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me.
For us, disapproval would allow them to, the state agency to consider any modifications or comments by the committee.
Fair enough. Never mind then.
Yeah, I mean, Afraz, I'm pretty familiar with UFAS, and I'm concerned here. I never got a chance because we cut off the comment, but UFAS only requires these dimensions and front loading when you're within the dwelling unit. So it doesn't even talk about common use areas. So I think this needs a firm denial, and let staff relook at this. And if they find out that they want to pursue it later, that's up to them.
Actually, Dan, I'm reading it off the website. It does say washing machines and clothes dryers in common use laundry rooms shall be front loading. So they do mention common use laundry rooms.
Thanks, Arfaraz. So we do have a motion by Mr. Kaiser for disapproval of items 11.1 and 11.2. Arfaraz, I felt like you started to second that, and I'm not sure if you did. Do we have a second on the motion that's currently on the floor?
I'll go ahead and second that.
A question, Mr. Chair, if I may. Point of order.
Yes. Stoyan, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, sorry to, I'll repeat my question that I made before lunch, I think. Is it the 9-point criteria only or 9-point criteria and AB 130. So if both,
The-
please, can you?
I think I was only referring to the 9-point criteria because staff has already reiterated a number of times that the UFAS does fall under AB 130 requirements.
So, and I think that answered your question. It was on item 6 of the 9-point criteria. We have a motion for disapproval of 11.1 and 11.2 by Mr. Kaiser, second by Arfraz. Is there any further discussion before we do the roll call vote?
Yes,
Yes,
I
go
have.
ahead. Yeah.
This is Janice Kent. What we have for, the washing machines and dryers, if we have federal funds or federal programs, is that if it isn't a common use space, they are all to be front loading. I mean, it says it really clearly, but you have to overlay the ADA on it. And what you need is then all the controls and reach range, and you need a parallel approach that's centered on the machine. So again, this is a requirement if you have federal funds for public housing. It's not a requirement if there is no federal funds. Can we somehow or rather differentiate the two?
And
No one's
Candace,
answering that.
I know, because I think your point's been made, and I think DSA staff has heard that, and they'll take that back and consider your point
Oh,
about,
I thought they were ignoring me.
no. No, I think that they understand. I think Bill was trying to summarize that earlier as well. I think the committee as well as DSA, here's your point, and we'll take that under consideration.
Okay. My
Sue,
question
go
with the washer and
Oh,
dryers.
sorry.
Yeah, my question with the washers and dryers, but I think I have gotten it clarified, is that there is different reach ranges for controls under UFAS. But my understanding from everyone I've talked to is you don't follow the rabbit trail under UFAS of 4.347. What you're doing is you're providing the front loading, and then you go back to ADA with the control reach range and the clear floor space. So that was a point that no one seems to bring up, but clarification on that's always good.
Thanks, Jess. Sue, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I needed to lower my hand. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on items 11.1 and 11.2 before we go to the roll call vote? Kevin, I'm going to pass it along to you for the roll call vote on 11.1 and 11.2 for disapproval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Arfraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer, Bill.
Did you hear me? Aye.
Oh, thank you. Sue Mo,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Motion for disapproval of items 11.1 and 11.2 has been recommended for disapproval unanimously. We'll now move on to item 12-1. DSA, are you prepared to present item 12-1?
Yes, thank you. Michelle Davis, DSA. Item 12 reconciles the exception in the ADAS that permits existing buildings to upgrade their fire alarm systems only when upgrading or replacing the existing system as a whole. With the reconciliation includes the UFAS requirement to provide visible fire alarms regardless of if the system is being upgraded, because there is no corresponding similar exception under UFAS. Fire alarms are required when an alteration is undertaken to an existing facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. At this time, we'll proceed to public comment on item 12-1. I'd like to remind the public who wishes to speak to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature on Zoom. Please identify yourself, clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check Zoom for public comments on item 12-1?
We currently have one hand raised. Dara?
Dara Sure, Disability Rights California. This one is incredibly important. Not only is it necessary to comply with federal requirements, but it is a major life safety issue. If you have alarms that do not include visible alarms, then anybody who is blind is at much greater risk or who has limited vision. And this is simply, if you're upgrading or replacing your system, include visible alarms so that everybody in the building is protected. And you don't exclude people with disabilities, vision disabilities, and people who are blind from this critical safety requirement. And I strongly urge we support this. I would hate to think of what would happen in a building where someone was in an apartment and couldn't hear the alarm in a case of a fire.
Thanks, Tara. Laura,
There
do we
are
have
no
anything?
other hands raised.
Okay. With that, Kevin, were there any additional comments received prior to the meeting?
No additional comments on this item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and conclude public comment at this time. We will now move on to committee discussion and a motion on item 12-1.
My only comment on this one, typically the fire code is not retroactive. However, if you take a look at the California Fire Code, there are certain provisions and for life safety that are required. So my only comment would be, did you take a look at the California Fire Code? And rather than, is that something that you want to take a look at? Because in other portions of 11B, we reference things like what's in chapter 10. So my comment and question is, have you taken a look at what's required for existing facilities in the California Fire Code? Because it does cover, alarms. And do you want to maybe reference that section in the California Fire Code? So that would be my comment is, have you taken a look at that? And maybe you want to reference those specific requirements in the California Fire Code so you don't miss something.
Michelle, do you want to respond, DSA?
Thank you. Yes, we have looked at the California Fire Code. DSA does not have the authority to propose changes to the fire code. However, we have sent our proposals over to CAL FIRE. They have not yet responded.
And I understand, I understand the authority and that DSA does not have the authority to make changes to the regulations and you have to coordinate with the fire marshal. All I'm saying is, if you take a look at what's in their regulations, do you just want to provide a reference to that? I don't anticipate that you're going to make any changes to the California Fire Code.
Thanks, Sue. R for us. R for us. You have your hand up. Do you have a comment?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Thank you. So, presumably this exception would apply to all dwelling units in a public housing facility and not just the units with communication features. Because Chapter 11B already indicates that residential dwelling units with communication features, section 11B215.5 says dwelling units with communication features shall have fire alarms. No, when provided in residential dwelling units required to comply with 11B 809.5, fire alarm shall comply with Chapter 9, Section 907.5.2.3.3, and carbon monoxide alarms complying with Section 915. So would would this now apply to every single dwelling unit, and not just the communication units? Is that the intent here?
Do you want to respond to our Faraz on that one?
Yes, thank you. No, the intent is not to change the scoping for individual residential dwelling units. However, this language would also cover the common use areas where visible fire alarms might be required by the California by Chapter 10 for fire alarms.
Thank you, Michelle. And so you're saying UFAS requires the common use areas to have visible fire alarms, visible carbon monoxide alarms, and visible smoke detectors in common use areas. What is the code section or specific language that we're trying to in your statement of reasons? I don't think you cite that.
I'm sorry, the CBC section is 11B-215.1.
No, the federal
HUD,
section. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think his question is related to not only the federal side, but if there's current language within Chapter 11 that requires the visible alarms in those common use areas.
Oh no, Brad, I
No, you
was
misunderstood.
asking what's the language in the federal requirements regarding common use areas, or needing to regarding common use areas that we're trying to
Okay.
align with here, right?
Not
Because
strictly
we need to
technical.
justify this code change with aligning with federal requirements, but I'm unclear on what that requirement is with regard to common use areas.
So remember, this is for an alteration for a
Yes.
facility that does not already have visible alarms, because new construction's required to provide them, period.
Yes.
So what the current exception says is that you don't have to provide visible alarms unless you're upgrading your entire fire alarm system.
Yes.
What HUD is saying is that no, public housing facilities must have visible fire alarms. You must provide them.
When you do an alteration, even if you're
Yes.
not upgrading your fire alarm system.
Yes.
Okay. And what I'm asking is, where can I find that language in the federal regulations? Is that in the deeming notice or?
Yes, this is related
Got
to
it.
the deeming notice. It's quoted in our eyesore.
I see. Okay.
In the indented section. That's HUD's statement about fire alarms.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
You're welcome.
All right. Do we have any other comments? It looks like Sue, you still have your hand up. Did you have an additional comment?
Oh, sorry. I have to pay more attention to that. I need to, when I'm done, I need to lower my hand. I'll be careful with that in the future.
All right. So with that, do we have a motion on item 12-1?
This is Dan Kaiser. Motion to approve as submitted.
We have
Bill
a
Zelmer,
motion.
second.
We have a motion for approval as submitted by Dan Kaiser, second by Bill Zelmer. Do we have any further discussion before we go to the roll call vote? Sue, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is, it's just to my comment, just to be sure that you're really clear with it, what's in the California Fire Code, but other than that, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion? With that, Kevin, we'll go to the roll call vote on item 12-1, motion for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Arfaraz Kambata,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Sumo,
Yes.
Daniel Kaiser, Brad Wongluck,
Yes.
Janice Kent,
Yes.
David Field.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you. 12-1 has been recommended for approval unanimously. DSA, that concludes that group. We would now move on to the grouping of, I believe it's items 14, 15, and 17, beginning with item 14-1.
Yes, thank you. Kirkland Cox is going to take these next few sections and present them to you. Kirkland?
Thank you,
Thanks,
Michelle.
Kirkland.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Kirkland Cox. I'm senior architect here at DSA headquarters. Item 14.1 proposes to amend section 11B-224.7, which are scoping requirements for housing at a place of education. The amendments clarify the appropriate CBC citations and remove text specific to transient lodging facilities. Amendments to this section provide clarity to the applicability of the code. Thank you.
Thank you for that. At this point, we will go to public comment on item 14-1. Remind the public who wishes to speak on the item to put yourself in the queue now by using the raise hand feature on Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you please check for public comments on item 14-1?
There are two hands raised. Dara?
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. We support this proposal as necessary for clarification. It fits within the exception in 18942, Friends A, Friends 2, Friends capital A, as clarity.
Thanks, Dara.
And then John?
Thank you, John Caparelli, City of Santa Clarita and the Calbo Access Committee. I'm glad to see that housing at a place of education definition and this topic is getting some clarification being proposed. Something that dawned on me that goes in kind of in conjunction with this, and I realized it after the item had already been ruled on, is the change to the definition of place of public accommodation. And earlier, the group had approved a change to add the language, including housing facilities provided for students or employees. But clearly, housing at a place of education, it pertains to an educational entity being the provider of the housing. And I'm concerned that the way that the wording is being proposed to be added to place of public accommodation, it's not clear that this is housing facilities provided for students by, for, or on behalf of a place of education. The way that that was added to item 10 could be much more broadly interpreted to mean any private entity that is providing housing facilities for students is subject to Chapter 11B, which is clearly not the intent. So I'd like to, and I'm sorry that this is out of turn, because again, this is something that I realized as we're getting into this subject, but I'd like to just put forward that the change in item 2, in my opinion, should read a nursery, elementary, secondary, undergraduate, or postgraduate private school or other place of education, including housing facilities provided for students by, for, or on behalf of a place of education, or housing facilities provided for employees. I think that would be a much clearer wording for code users. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Dara's hand went back up. She did not use her 4 minutes.
Go ahead, Dara.
I just want to note that faculty housing and graduate housing, if it's provided with federal funds or part of a federally funded education institution, is still public housing and needs to be considered that way. It may also be transient lodging, but it is important to include that and not exclude it. And employee housing as well, and a place of education.
Thanks, Dara. Laura, do we have anyone else?
No other hands raised.
All right. Thank you for those public comments. Kevin, were there any comments on item 14-1 submitted prior to the meeting?
No additional comments on this item, Mr. Chair.
All right. That concludes the public comment portion, and we will move to committee discussion and a motion on item 14-1 at this time. Sue, your hand is up. Do you have something on this one, 14-1?
Only to say that I think this adds some important clarity because there's been so much confusion because people look at the definition of transient lodging and they say, but it's housing at a place of education. The students are there for stays that are longer than 30 days. So yeah, I think this is adds a bit of clarity. So I don't have a problem with this one.
Janice? You're on.
One thing I want to say about housing at a place of education, it is both under Title II and Title III. So that means it could be privately owned, privately run, and it could be not a program of a public entity such as a school. And I came across a project here in Los Angeles. I mean, we tend to be different down here, but it was an apartment building that was across the street from school. And they were making it just for students, and they had a whole bunch of amenities just for students. That's housing at a place of education, Title III. You would still follow transient lodging, and for the specific items, the public housing, even though it's not public, you would still go in that direction. So I just want to make that clear. It's both.
Thanks, Janice. Any further discussion or a motion on item 14-1?
This is Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Second. We have a motion for approval of item 14-1 by Dan Kaiser, a second by myself. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion on the floor for approval of 14-1? Seeing none. Kevin, will you conduct the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Bill Zelmer.
Aye.
Sumo.
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser.
Yes.
Brad Wungluck.
Aye.
Janice Kent.
Yes.
David Field.
Yes.
Arfaraz Kambata.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
14-1 has been recommended for approval by the committee unanimously. We'll now move on to item 15-1, DSA tracking number 15.
Thank you. Item 15-1 proposes to remove defining text from the scoping requirements for social service center establishments in section 11B-224.8. This defining text has been removed. This defining text has been moved to chapter 2 to a new definition in proposal item 4. Amendments to this section provide clarity to the applicability of the code. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to public comment on item 15-1. Remind anyone on Zoom or in the public that wants to speak on item 15-1 to put yourself in the queue now by raising your hand in Zoom. Please identify yourself if you'd like and state your name and who you represent. Laura, can you check Zoom for commenters on item 15-1?
There's one hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
Dara Sure, Disability Rights California. DRC supports this item and the related items. It provides necessary clarification, and it also is necessary to meet minimum federal accessibility requirements. These provisions greatly expand access and are very important to people with disabilities to ensure they have meaningful access to public housing.
Thanks, Dara.
There are no other hands raised.
All right. Is there, Kevin, sorry, were there any written comments submitted on this item prior to the meeting?
No additional comments on this item, Mr. Chair.
All right, that concludes the public comment portion, and we will bring it back to the committee for a motion or discussion on item 15-1. Janice, you had your hand raised first.
Okay. This may not be an appropriate place to suggest this, but I know that when, what was it, to the 2025 CBC, we added social service center establishment, we had housing at a place of education, and we put it all with a heading number of transient lodging. What I suggest is social service center establishments is really residential, and it would be really helpful if it were, the number for that section was 233.3.7. So it is in the residential section because it is actually residential. I don't know whether this is appropriate time to make that change, but that would be the right section.
DSA, if I may, I believe this section is striking the language that was previously proposed as a definition for social service center establishment that the committee earlier considered, correct? And besides that, there's no proposed change to 224.8?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Kaiser, we'll go to you next.
My question goes to kind of that. What was our action on item number 4? Did the staff just said we're moving this definition to basically item number 4, but no, that's not what they did.
Kevin,
And so,
what was
yeah,
the
so,
action
so
on -1?
what was our action on item 4? Was it to disapprove?
Give Kevin 1 second. That was one that I actually don't have a note on.
And Mr. Chair, we're talking about item 4-1.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, one moment. So we took items 1-1, 3-1, 4-1, and 5-1 together, and the recommendation was approve as submitted.
That's correct. Thank you. So we already recommended approval of item 4-1 that includes the definition that's being removed in this code change proposal for 11B224.8.
Ooh, are you sure? Because we had this discussion. The language that's being stricken here from 224.8 is the definition that we should have in chapter 2. We had a number of people had problems with the definition that was proposed in item number 4.
This is Pam, and I have further study 4-1 criteria number 6.
Okay, so it wasn't approved. It was sent back for further study with the caveat that this definition that you're now striking be looked at, because this is the federal language. This is the language straight out of the ADA. And we start striking this and creating our own definition. That's why we sent it back for further review.
So Dan, with that, do you have a motion on the floor for consideration?
Well, I'm kind of torn. If we approve this, which makes sense, now we've lost the only good definition of social service center establishments.
I don't think we'll lose it. It'll just be sent for further study, and DSA will be prepared to provide a response based on the committee's comments under 4-1.
Okay.
That's my, Eric, I saw your hand up. Do you want to?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I'd just like to confirm our notes also indicate further study on 4-1 to confirm what Pam was denoting to the committee. I will also like to clarify, though, that this language that we're striking is California language, not federal ADA language.
Oh, I disagree, sir. It's actually straight out of the ADA.
Thank you, Eric.
Under part 35.151, item E.
With that, do we have a motion on item 15-1?
I think this, at the very least, needs further study. And I think, again, you know, I hate to keep bringing this up, but I think it's kind of the elephant in the room. We always need to be cognizant of AB 130. So at the very least, I think this requires further study. And this change going forward, without also the adoption of that definition, that really creates a void. So I would say at the very least, this needs further study.
So the chair, I'm going to make a motion on this one. I'm going to motion that we send this one for further study based on 9-point criteria, item 1 and item 6, based on the committee's previous action under 4-1, sending that for further study. And if there was future approval with the potential change or deletion of the definition in 4-1 that we considered, it could potentially cause issues here.
Kaiser, second.
We have a motion and a second for further study on item 15-1 based on criteria 1 and 6. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, with that, Kevin, can we conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologize for my confusion on that.
No worries.
Sumo,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
R. Faraz Kambata,
Aye.
Bill Zomer.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Item 15-1 has been recommended unanimously for further study. We will now move on to item 17-1.
Thank you. Item 17-1 proposes to repeal section 11B-233.3.1.2.6 in its entirety. Housing at a place of education is a place of public accommodation under the ADA, which requires sites to be fully accessible. Public housing entities under the requirements of UFAS and the ADA must select sites that can be made fully accessible. This proposal is necessary to conform with minimum existing federal law, regulations, and standards. Thank you.
Thank you, DSA, on this one. At this time, we'll go to public comment on item 17-1. Remind anyone who wishes to speak on the item to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Laura, can we go to Zoom for commenters on 17-1? And it looks like we already have at least 2.
We have our 2 raised hands with Dara first.
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. We strongly support this proposal for the reasons stated. Public housing needs to be have program accessibility, and under both the ADA and UFAS, these provisions cannot be applied to public housing. And it is necessary to comply with federal standards.
Thank you, Dara. Next, we'll go to John.
Is John.
Thank you, John Caparelli, City of Santa Clarita, Calbo Access Code Committee. I am opposed to this amendment. There is a rationale for having the site and practicality provisions within Chapter 11B in the context of how Chapter 11B implements the federal FHA requirements. This section appearing in 233.3.1.2.6 is in that specific section for a reason, in that it's only applied in the context of adaptable dwelling units. Excuse me. Envision a site, a public housing site, which has some buildings that are subject to the provisions of the FHA solely, and other buildings that are not. would not the site and practicality test on such a project be applicable potentially to certain buildings on the site? And if those buildings did not house any of the dwelling units required under the ADA, i.e. your mobility units, then I don't see why site and practicality would not be something that could be applied in a situation like that. So there's a reason why this was put in Chapter 11B a little while back, and I do believe that it does meet the code if properly applied in the context to which it is placed. If that needs to be clarified in some way for code users, then I think maybe a clarification could be added. But just simply removing it from the code altogether, I think is a drastic step is not necessary.
Thanks, Sean. Any additional public comments?
Pardon me, there are no other raised hands.
All right. Kevin, did we receive any written comments prior to the meeting?
No additional comments on this item, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you to the public for your comments. That concludes the public comment portion. And at this time, we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion on 17-1. Dan, you have your hand up first.
Thank you. Motion to approve as submitted. For those of you that have been around for a while know that this is something I fought against when we did bring it over several code cycles ago. If you look at the history of this concept, it's not even actually in the language of the FHA. This was a backdoor deal that was done between lawmakers and HUD staff way back, outside of the actual lawmaking stance, in the attempts to minimize the financial impact on housing and home builders. So it was never appropriate to be in Chapter 11B. It's not in the ADA. It's not in UFAS. This is something that we need to get out of Chapter 11B. So this is a good move.
So Sue and Arfrosby, to hold for 1 second. We do have a motion for approval as submitted by Mr. Kaiser. Let's see if there is a second for the item 17-1.
This is Janice Kent. I second it.
All right, we do have a motion for approval as submitted by Dan Kaiser, a second by Janice Kent for approval as submitted of 17-1. We'll have discussion on the motion on the floor. Sue, I'll go to you first.
I have a real problem with a motion being made before we thoroughly discussed this particular code change proposal. The Division of the State Architect, yes, brought this into Chapter 11B back in 2013. However, for decades before that, DSA adopted all of Chapter 11A. That included the site and practicality test. Now, when you take a look at, yes, if you look at the Fair Housing Act, then again, like I said before, then you have to look at the guidelines. And if you look at the safe harbors that are permitted by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, one of those safe harbors is the Fair Housing Act Design Manual. In the Fair Housing Act Design Manual, it clearly lays out what you have to do for the site and practicality tests. Not only that, when you go, and you can find these on YouTube, and it's a series of presentations that HUD did, and they talk about their capital needs assessment, and they specifically mention the site and practicality test. As I mentioned before, you look at the 2010 standards, they have that definition for site and practicality. It does talk about terrain. I've talked to different experts across the country who have worked on projects that are much like what John Caprelli said, where yes, you had to have an accessible route to the site arrival point, and you looked at the units that were required to have mobility features. But there are some instances, they might be very rare, but he said the people that I've talked to, they said this still applies to those accessible dwelling units with adaptable features that are under the Fair Housing Accessibility Guidelines. So I have a problem with this being repealed. And again, I go back to not only the 9-point criteria, but looking at AB 130 and taking a look at this. And I know there's this constant discussion about what are the minimum requirements. And you look at DSA's authority to write regulations for public housing and 12955-1C, and it basically relates to covered multifamily dwellings. So I am opposed to repealing the site and practicality test in 11B.
Thank you, Sue. Arfaraz.
I concur with Sue here. This is a case of throwing the baby with the bathwater. So, like John mentioned, while you do certainly need an accessible route from site arrival points to the units with mobility features, the structural impracticability test can certainly be used for units with adaptable features. So I would strongly urge the state agency to study this further and arrive at a more balanced amendment to the code. Thank you.
Any other comments by the committee on the motion for approval by Mr. Kaiser? Seeing none, Kevin, can you conduct a roll call vote? Again, it was for approval of 17-1 as submitted. Motion by Kaiser, second by Janice Kent.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sumo,
No.
Daniel Kaiser,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
No.
Janice Kent,
Yes.
David Field,
No.
Arfaraz Kambata,
No.
Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
The vote is 3-4. The motion fails.
Motion on the floor for approval as submitted has not been passed. So we go back to discussion. Sue, you've got your hand up.
I would say disapprove at this point. And again, I go with what's required under the Fair Housing Act Design Manual that's considered a safe harbor. And again, AB 130, and considering the decades that this site and practicality test has been in Chapter 11B. So I make a motion to disapprove.
Not a second yet. Dan, did you have a comment?
Yes. My question back to Mo is, why are we talking about fair housing? That's Chapter 11A. It doesn't, that doesn't jive. And if you recall back 3 code cycles ago, or whenever this was, the discussion at the time, there's never been any justification from anybody other than fair housing for the application of this concept. And when we're dealing with public accommodations and public funds, we shouldn't be giving away sites and housing when it's not even intended for that use. This was intended for privately funded multifamily dwellings only. And I strongly urge everybody to reconsider on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
As in response to Dan's comment, again, I go back to the federal regulations. And what I look at is like peeling the skin on an onion. If you're looking at your project at the federal level and you start taking a look at what's required under the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards for the units with mobility and communication features, doesn't say anything about accessible units with adaptable features. You look under the 2010 ADA standards, same thing, units with mobility features, units with communication features. And it talks about federal financial assistance and significant assistance. Now you look at the Fair Housing Accessibility Guidelines and the Act, that covers housing, whether it's privately or publicly funded. So now you have to take a look at this, and then, okay, you look at your units with mobility and communication features, but now you also have to take a look, like I said before, whether private or publicly funded. Now you have to factor in all the ground floor units. So you cannot just say, oh, we're going to discount this and we are not going to allow this anymore, even though this has been in Chapter 11B or adopted by DSA for decades. So this doesn't, you're not aligning with the federal regulations. You are just saying, okay, in California, we're going to be much more stringent. You don't get to use the site and practicality test for public housing when potentially you do have the possibility of being able to use it in very rare circumstances. It's not very often that, and they go over that in that YouTube presentation from HUD, when they talk about this in their capital needs assessment, and they make it very clear. And even when you look at the site and practicality test and you go through it step by step, you still have a certain level of accessibility that's required for those accessible units with adaptable features. So that's where I'm coming from. And like I said before, I have a real problem with repealing this in Chapter 11B.
And under staff's statement of reasons, and they confirmed earlier that they also bounced this off of legal counsel. They actually state that you can't do this under the ADA standards. It's site and practical provisions belong to FHA only and not a place of public accommodation.
Well,
Thanks.
then the 2010 standards, I guess they shouldn't have allowed a site and practicality test.
They didn't.
Yes, they do, but they allow for difficult terrain.
That's not the site and practicality test. It's completely different.
All right. Okay, so I'm sorry. Kevin, do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, the new motion is disapprove from Sumo based on AB 130 noncompliance.
Okay, then do we have a second?
Arthur Askenbada, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for disapproval of item 17-1. Do we have a 9-point criteria? I believe you might have mentioned AB 130, Sue, but I don't recall. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, I did. I mentioned AD 130.
Okay, motion and a second for disapproval of item 17-1 based on AB 130. We will now have a discussion on the motion if there's any other discussion to be had on this item.
I would like to hear back from staff. They're the ones that submitted this based on legal basis. So what do they have anything to add?
Yes, thank you. This is Michelle Davis with DSA. I would like to point the committee to the DOJ guidance on the 2010 standards for Title II, page 20, section 35.151F, housing at a place of education, where the Department of Justice provides a lengthy statement regarding the overlap of a number of federal requirements that govern housing at a place of education. and summarizes that covered entities subject to the ADA must always be aware of and comply with any other federal statutes or regulations that govern the operation of residential properties. So what DSA is doing is that work for the code users. When housing is both a place of public accommodation and housing, the more restrictive requirements of the ADA apply rather than the less restrictive requirements of the Fair Housing Act. The ADA does not have the concept of site impracticality, and UFAS requires accessible routes. So we believe that it is necessary to repeal adoption of the site impracticality provisions for those housing facilities contained in Chapter 11B. Thank you.
Michelle, thank you for that. Dan, thank you for your explanation and your reasoning there. It kind of finally clicked with me. Arthur, I'll get to you in 1 second, but I think that with regards to the motion on the table for disapproval, I will be voting against it. And would, like to hear from Arthur. Go ahead. You're muted, Arthur.
Thank you. So we may be talking at cross purposes here, right? Because Michelle references the 2010 ADA standards, which require mobility units and accessible route to mobility units. And certainly you can apply structural, site impracticability to those units with mobility features. I think we're all in agreement on that. What we're talking about is the 2010 ADA standards don't require adaptable units or units with adaptable features. And we're applying site impracticability to those units. So on a public housing site where you have units spread horizontally across a site, you may have potential impracticability to get to certain units that are that have adaptable features, whereas the project needs to account for an accessible route to units with mobility features.
And to Arfaraz's comment, there's also in the guide to the or in the 2010 standards, this is in section 35.151 under new construction and alterations, provides an exception for structural impracticability. Full compliance with the requirements of this section is not required where an entity can demonstrate that it's structurally impracticable to meet the requirements. Full compliance will be considered structurally impracticable only in those rare circumstances when the unique characteristics of terrain prevent the incorporation of accessibility features. If full compliance with this section would be structurally impracticable, compliance with this exception is required to the extent that it is not structurally impracticable. In that case, any portion of the facility that can be made accessible shall be made accessible to the extent that it is not structurally impracticable. So, and then it goes on, it says if providing accessibility in conformance with this section to individuals with certain disabilities, e.g. those who use wheelchairs, would be structurally impracticable, accessibility shall nonetheless be ensured to persons with other types of disabilities, those who use crutches or who have sight, hearing, or mental impairments in accordance with this section. So I think that at the very least, I think we need to, I guess, address the motion that we're currently looking at. But as I said before, I have a problem with just repealing this in whole from Chapter 11B. And again, like Arfaraz said, this is applicable to the accessible units with adaptable features.
Dan, we'll go back to you real quick before we're going to go roll call vote after that.
Okay, yes, thanks. Real quickly, I don't think anybody disagrees, Mo, with the idea of the limited and case by case use of site and practicality. That's different than this section. This section is a blanket exemption based on terrain, and that's not, I don't think, the intent. That was the intent for FHA. It's not the intent for everything else that we build.
Dan, thank you for that comment, but I think that's a misconception. It's not a blanket exception. You have to go through that site and practicality test, and there are 3 of them, item by item by item. And fair housing accessibility first, even in their training that they do, and in the discussions that I've had with Rex Pace, who joined our meeting today, people have this idea that, oh, if you comply, if you use that site and practicality test, nothing has to be accessible. And that is absolutely not the case.
Thank you, Sue. So with that, Kevin, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. Again, the motion was for disapproval of item 17-1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Kaiser,
No.
Brad Wungluck,
No.
Janice Kent,
No.
David Field,
Yes.
R. Faraz Kambata,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
No.
Sumo.
Yes.
The vote is 3-4. The motion fails.
Again, that motion fails, as mentioned, 17-1 on a vote of 3-4 for disapproval. I'm going to bring back and put a motion on the table for consideration of approval, as was previously mentioned, of item 17-1 as submitted.
Second, Kaiser.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we want to have discussion, any further discussion on 17-1 and the motion for as submitted?
Would either of you consider recommending that it be rather than striking the entire section, amended to be applicable just to dwelling units with adaptable features?
We don't have that authority here.
Sue, go ahead.
That's something
because
staff
this would in effect it would affect the ability to build new public housing if we take this away, and that is a major concern. We're in a housing crisis, and doing something like this would not only be more stringent than what the federal requirements require, in my opinion, but it would also adversely affect building of new public housing in the long term.
I think we just heard from staff that this is not more restrictive than the federal. This is actually bringing it back to federal standards.
Real quick, let's go to Sue. She's had her hand up.
Yeah, and I think the issue is, site and practicality is not addressed in Chapter 11B. So, and I agree with what R. Faraz is saying about impacting. To me, I look at the housing crisis and the need for more dwelling units. And I look at something like this, and if this is going to stop projects, make them financially infeasible and they don't go forward, especially when this goes beyond what is permitted under the 2010 ADA standards and what is permitted under the Fair Housing Act Design Manual. As I said, it's one of the safe harbors for HUD. I just have a real problem with just saying we want to repeal this. And for somebody, and the issue is, let's say an applicant is looking at their project and they're going to go to the building department and they're going to say, I can make the case under the 2010 ADA standards and under the Fair Housing Act Design Manual that I have a problem here because I have a change in elevation from the public sidewalk to where my housing is going to be located, say at 15 feet. I can't put in a platform lift. There's other issues with trying to get access to that site. Yes, potentially I have to figure out how to get an accessible route from that public sidewalk to those apartment buildings. But when I look at this, I just think this just, without having something like this and having the ability for somebody to go to the building department and say, what do I do with this? A case in point, a project that I took a look at up in Oroville. Public housing, 14-foot drop from the sidewalk down to where the apartment buildings are located. As part of their planning application, they had to put in a length of sidewalk. Well, that length of sidewalk went to nowhere, and it was in sort of an industrial area. So what they did, they ended up on that 14-foot drop, figuring out how to make this circuitous route where you could get a walk from those apartment buildings up to that sidewalk. It's a very circuitous route. For somebody in a mobility device, I think it would take a real effort to get there from that point, you know, that 14-foot rise in elevation, but they went ahead and figured out a way to put that walk in. That isn't always the case that you can make that work. So I think if we're going to do this, I think it's going to have some real negative impacts on housing projects, especially in these areas where there is real difficult site terrain. And again,
Thanks.
like I said, I anticipate this could only be used in some very rare exceptions.
Sue, thank you. I think that we've had extensive discussion. I believe DSA has heard concerns from both sides with regards to this item. At this time, I'd call for a roll call vote on 17-1. Motion was in favor of.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad Wongluck,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
This is to repeal it. I is to repeal it.
This is approve as submitted, which is the repealing.
Yes, I.
David Field,
No.
Arfaraz Kambata,
No.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Sumo,
No.
Daniel Kaiser.
Aye.
The vote is 4-3, motion carries.
Motion for approval of 17-1 has been approved or recommended for approval by the committee 4-3. DSA, again, I think as mentioned, you understand some of the comments from Sue and Arfaraz regarding the potential confusion. If there's any opportunity to be able to clarify in your statement of reasons that comes forward or as part of the comment period, that might be appreciated. I see Eric has put himself on video. I don't know if he has anything else to add to this one before we probably wrap for the day.
Thank you, Eric Dreber, Division of the State Architect. I do appreciate all the extensive discussion, great insight by all members of the Code Advisory Committee, and we'll certainly take all of the comments into advisement.
Thank you, Eric. Kevin, at this point, we've got only about 8 minutes left. I assume we'd want to pause for today.
I think that would probably be a good plan, Chair. And just to clarify, we'll be picking up in the grouped items list, beginning with the next, I think the next group starts with item 13-1.
That's what I have.
Okay.
And Kevin, I've rearranged my schedule, so I will be around for the first half of the day. So.
Oh, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're a good man.
Otherwise, with Dan, you'd be here until 5 o'clock tomorrow and still have to come back on Friday. So, okay, Sue, go ahead. You have a final comment?
I lowered my hand.
Okay.
Yep.
Again, I just want to echo Eric's comments. I know a lot of these are all of us are very passionate about them. We had some great conversations today. I appreciate DSA staff and kind of getting beaten up in some ways, or at least hearing the comments from the committee. I hope they're helpful as these items move forward through the process, and look forward to hearing from you again tomorrow. So with that, if there's nothing else, can we adjourn the meeting for today?
For today, yes.
Yes. So with that, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting for today?
So moved.
We have a second.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we need to do a roll call vote on this, Kevin?
I don't believe so.
All right, all those in favor of adjourning the meeting, go ahead and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead and say no, nay. Seeing none, the motion has been carried unanimously for approval of adjournment for today's meeting. We will see you guys at 9 a.m. tomorrow, correct, Kevin?
That's correct. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all.
Thank
See
you.
you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.